Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to our May meeting of the California Coastal Commission and ask for Vanessa to please call the roll call.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Calfee.
Here.
Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Nuttall. Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you so much. Could we have virtual meeting procedures, please?
Okay. Item 2 is the hybrid meeting procedures. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept the request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you very much. Well, I have to say that it's just incredible to be here in this beautiful place at Crescent City and the surrounding natural area is just sort of mind-blowing. I was lucky enough to go to Grove of the Titans after arriving here last evening, and it was spectacular. And to be in this beautiful building, we are so grateful to the Elk Valley Rancheria. I don't know what's up, but it's my mic. It's not my mic. Okay, good. Maybe a phone. No, it's not. Oh, guess what? It was my phone was near my mic. Sorry. Okay. In any event, I'd like to welcome Chairman Dale Miller. Now, if you could come to, very much looking forward to welcoming you to the commission meeting for your welcome. Thank you. And if you have a phone, apparently phones set off the mic.
Can you hear me?
And turn it off.
I agree. Welcome to Elk Valley Rancheria. I was talking to some of the people here, and our relationship with the Coastal Commission goes back a long time ago, at least 20 years ago, when all of these things weren't here, and when we first started in the gaming business and were able to purchase some lands and put those lands in the trust so that we could do some of these things. And Coastal Commission worked with us on that and helped us do those things. And I just very honored to have you here and appreciate you coming to see us. And hopefully you'll be able to look at some of our properties that we've been able to purchase since all of this process started with the Unit Trust. It's indeed an honor to welcome the California Coastal Commission to our lands. Our ancestors have lived in the Pacific Northwest in what is now Southern Oregon and Northern California since time immemorial. The people of our tribe trace their genealogies back several generations to specific villages in our ancestral territory. Our dances, language, and family ties are aspects of our identity that we value and want to keep alive. Having these ancient ties to the land and unique, rich culture, we are dedicated to future self-sufficiency while respecting our past and preserving our culture for future generations. The Rancheria was founded shortly after the Landless California Indians Act of 1906 as a piece of land reserved for homeless local Indians. Just so you know, the lady right there at the picture at the doorway is my grandma. She was the original, one of the original allottees of Elk Valley Rancheria. She was raised and lived in a place called Pequon. Some of you may know it. It's up the Klamath River. And she was moved down here. She had nothing, lived in a house, which is still over here. It looks a lot different now, but at that time, we had no electricity. There was no running water, no indoor facilities at all. And that's the way she lived. She spoke no English. She would walk to town to the welfare office. I used to go with her as a little kid sometimes to get her welfare check, and she would sign that with an X. And I always remembered that as a little kid, she had to sign it with an X. So anyhow, that's kind of what happened to those people that got moved here. Elk Valley, along with approximately 40 other rancherias throughout the state, were illegally terminated from federal recognition by a congressional passage of the California Rancheria Act. That what happened with that is that they actually gave the properties where the people lived at on the Rancheria to them. Problem is, no electricity, no water running, none of those things, and they were going to take care of that. Well, that never happened. Never happened. Our tribe was involved in a lawsuit. I don't know whether you've heard of it. It's called the Tilly-Hardwick Act. And Tilly-Hardwick was a promo Indian that filed a class action suit, which resulted in the restoration of federal recognition of 17 rancherias, including Elk Valley. Our tribe then formally reorganized in 1994 pursuant to a written tribal constitution approved by the Secretary of the Interior. As a tribe, we are deeply committed in preserving our culture and restoring our lands. Elk Valley Rancheria wishes to thank the California Coastal Commission for working with us and recognizing who we are. Working with the Coastal Commission, state and federal governments, our local community environmental groups has helped the tribe to be able to truly become self-government and to provide for our people and community. There's some pictures in the back. We actually had a master plan that's over 20 years old now, and it includes a lot of the things that we have now. And also there's some properties back here that you'll look at that is on the beaches and the coast and on the ocean. And we're working on those to protect those and to make them available to everybody. So thank you all for being here, and hopefully everything goes well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Miller. And it's so incredible to be here, particularly the weather is just unbelievable to see this area on days like this. It's just remarkable. One of the most beautiful places on the planet, I think. So thank you so much for having us here. All right. I'd also like to just note that this is Public Service Recognition Week, and I'd like to thank our absolutely incredible staff that really work selflessly for the mission of preserving the coast of California. I'm so grateful for them, and I think we all are. And each month when we see the amount of work that's visible to us. We know it represents just the top layer of all the work that our staff do every day. And it's incredible. So I wanted to recognize our staff and recognize, of course, everyone that's in public service, which of course includes all of us on the commission. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners as well for the work that they do and they put in, which is also a lot of work. But everyone at Caltrans and in the Natural Resources Agency and everyone that's, whoa, getting some kind of weird feedback. In any event, seems to be feedback morning. Just thank you all so much for everything you do, and have a good Public Service Recognition Week. All right, on that note, we'll move to agenda changes, please.
Thank you, Chair Hart. The agenda changes sheet that was posted to the web agenda late last week remains accurate.
Carl, we can't hear you very well.
Oh, okay. Is that any better?
Not really.
Hmm.
Maybe you just have to raise your voice a little bit.
All right. Well, let me try this. Is that any better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So let me just go through the list of items. Item 11B is moved to consent. This is a CDP application for the Clanton residents on a bluff-top lot in Humboldt County. Item 11C is moved to consent. That's the CDP application for a PG&E project to inspect and repair a gas transmission pipeline in Arcata. Item 13A, the City of Dana Point's LCP amendment related to hotels and other uses in Dana Point Harbor is postponed. Item 13B, the City of Newport Beach's LCP amendment to address non-conforming residential density and side setbacks, that's moved to consent. Item 13C, this is a time extension for a three-part City of Newport Beach amendment covering multiple topics, including short-term rentals. This is again the time extension only. That's moved to consent. Item 15A, Harbor Island Bridge project in Newport Beach has been withdrawn. Item 15B, the CDP application for the Palkovic residence in San Clemente, that's postponed. Item 18A, the time extension for the City of Oceanside's LCP amendment related to downtown density caps. Again, LCP time extension only. That's moved to consent. Item 18C, the City of San Diego's LCP amendment updating the Otay Mesa-Nestor community plan. That's postponed. Item 18D, this is an LCP time extension for the City of Imperial Beaches amendment to address SB 9 and other housing provisions. That's moved to consent. And item 19A, the CDP application for work on a rock revetment fronting 27 residences in Oceanside, that's postponed. And I want to make sure I mentioned 18B. That was a time extension for Del Mar's amendment on SB 9 housing provisions. Again, time extension is moved to consent. And that concludes the agenda changes.
Thanks so much, Mr. Schwang. And I also see our Commissioner Herman has joined with the new addition to the commission family, who I'm really hoping we'll see later. And just want to say on behalf of all of us, so happy for you. Commissioner Herman just had a new baby. Congratulations to you. And I know took a while, but it's fantastic. And congratulations. And we can't wait to see your new addition later in the meeting. Okay, something's happening where Carl is still talking. Yeah.
I'm not.
I can see you're not. I can see you're not talking. And now I hear me talking. I'm not sure what's happening. You need a minute, Billy, to kind of. Okay, we're gonna take a minute. Why don't we take a few minutes to figure out what's going on? So we'll resume in just a few minutes once we figure out what's up with the speakers.
It sounds like somebody has the live stream open on their device with the sound on because the lag is like a few minutes behind.
Of 34 speakers signed up for general public comment today. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this, I just got, am I back? Okay, am I back? In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There's a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. So first in the room, we have
Chris, just a moment, please, because we have to have an introduction to our new and incredible member of our commission family, Commissioner Harmon. We're just dying here. Baby love. Oh, it's so cute.
He's just bummed he's not in Crescent City with you guys.
He's here. He's here with us. We're so happy for you and we can't wait to meet him. Oh, that's so, he's on the big screen, just FYI. All right, thanks, Chris. Okay, so let's thank you so much to all our public speakers about the little delay this morning and the incredible delay to meet our new member of our commission family, but now we're ready to go.
Thank you. We have 5 people here in person who wish to speak on general public comment, and we're starting with David Yeager of the city of Crescent City, followed by Blake Inscore and Sandy Jerbeck. David Yeager.
Thank you so much. And Mayor Inscore, is that correct?
It is. I'm Blake Inscore.
Wanted to welcome you. Well, I wanted to thank you for welcoming us to Crescent City.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Chair Hart, members of the commission staff, thank you so much for coming up and making the trek to what we believe is one of the most beautiful places on earth, not just California. We have a coastal community that very much values that community and that coast and the balancing act that is part of your everyday responsibility. While we have seen Crescent City and Del Norte County change, being primarily a resource-based economy for generations, we have also discovered that we still have an amazing resource, and it is the place that we live. It's not a resource that needs to be exploited or taken advantage of, except that it is a resource that we need to maximize for the benefit of everyone. And as we do that, we obviously need your support and your help in making sure that we do that. We want this to be a place that we can share with not only people in California, but people around the world. We realize that the importance of being a tourist-based economy when other resources no longer can provide your economic drivers is a key to our future. And so whether we're talking about opportunities such as the development of the beachfront park to bring amenities that will encourage people to come and experience Crescent City, or challenges like Pebble Beach, we have to address them. We have to be very creative sometimes, but we also have to be very proactive. And we appreciate that. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. Look forward to spending some time on a tour tomorrow, helping you to appreciate. And I encourage you, as you have time, I know you're here for a limited time, but experience Crescent City and Delaware County. I'm so glad, Chair, that you had the opportunity to go to the Grove of Titans. It is an amazing walk, and it is one that gives you an opportunity to see this land as it once was. I'm so thankful for Chair Miller, as well as all of our recognized tribal partners here. For time immemorial, this has been an amazing place. We are absolutely committed. I'm committed as a community leader to make sure that it remains an amazing place. And in partnership with the Coastal Commission and others, we can do that and introduce this little place of heaven to a whole new audience that can come and appreciate the importance of maintaining a beautiful, pristine coast. The redwoods meet the sea. Obviously, I am a champion for our community, but I'm also a proactive person who believes that when we work together, we accomplish so much more. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I know it's a long ways away, but this is just as important part of your job as anywhere else in the state of California, and your commitment to coming here means a great deal to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I was just thinking how lucky this community is to have you. Just I can tell from your comments. So happy public service recognition week to you. And thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate it.
Good morning, Commission, and welcome to Crescent City and Delaware County. And I would like to state, as Public Works Director, I am responsible for the beautiful weather. So you are welcome. Potholes, weather.
I think that's Chairman Miller, though, however.
Oh,
I gave
what?
Chairman Miller the credit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's in charge, and I'm just the one that makes it actually happen. But anyway, enough about potholes and our little city here. Lake does steal my line. Crescent City is where the redwoods meet the sea, and in Crescent City, the sea meets the city of Pebble Beach Drive, and so it really is iconic street. Hopefully you all get a chance to go see the street. It's definitely a beautiful place, as you mentioned, and it is the center. It is one of our visuals of our community, and in addition to just being a beautiful, iconic, economic driven boulevard, it's also a collector street. So from a city standpoint, it is more than just this beautiful tourist draw. It is necessary. It is a collector street for the houses in the area. It is access to schools. It is access to the hospital. It is access to the airport. So it is, when you travel north, south in Crescent City, there's 3 or 4 ways of getting there. Pebble Beach Drive is one of those. So in addition to being that iconic, it is also important to our community. And I'm going to unfortunately take a pause. There were apparently slides, and I was not briefed on how are we clicking?
Yes, we have the slides up.
Okay, there we go. That should have been the first. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, so the documentation on when this failure began was in 2016 with excessive surge events, large waves, obviously accelerating the rate of erosion. Next slide, please. The area that we're talking about as a project is 1,600 linear feet on Pebble Beach Drive, north of the turnout, down basically from 9th Street to 6th Street, the turnout in a little area called Taylor Beach or excuse me, Pocket Beach. Next slide. Oops, there we go. This is a prediction. You can see the rates of erosion, 0.2 to 1 foot per year. And so in 2075, looks like we're going to be losing, a good portion of this roadway. I think about 1,200 feet of roadway is anticipated to be gone by then. Next slide, please. So the goal of this project that we'll be talking with you in length is, to minimize this erosion, to prolong it, to prolong the asset, to prolong the beauty, to prolong the pride of the community in this beautiful roadway that we have. Next slide, please. So this is what was observed in 2017, and just clicking to the next slide. Let's get to the bloody shots. This is what we have today. In that prior slide, there was documented in 2017-16, there were scarps and scallops in the roadway. In January of this year, we lost 2 sections of this road between 7th and 8th Street. Next slide. So that is the edge of the road. We obviously have created with a hazard situation, non-passable bike lane, non-passable roadway for at least a lane. Hazard to the community. The tourists are still coming out. They're still walking the road. They're still riding their bikes. Even with the road shut down, we still have folks going there. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is obviously addition. We've addressed the overhang. As it continues, this is going to obviously continue. And so even if we abandon the road as an option, the fact that we have tourists and bikes using this facility, it's obviously a risk because the way it is currently. Next slide. So as Blake had mentioned, we've been working since 2017 with the Coastal Commission and with the Federal Highway Administration. Now we're actively working with Caltrans in terms of what has just recently happened. We are struggling with the funding and the financing. There is money set aside through Federal Highway Administration for a large project, for the entire project. We have our own cash flow issues as well. That's going to be handled. We're working through that. But we also, as you all know, there's 2 parts to any project. There's the funding and there's the permitting. And so we do appreciate this beauty. We know you folks appreciate this beauty. And we'd like to jointly continue to work together and get us to that point where we can finalize our permitting and work towards the end, at least to get us through the winter, and then also ideally long-term that we can all be happy with the product to keep this iconic beauty of Pebble Beach Drive alive and well. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now we have 3 more speakers in the room. Sandy Jarabek, followed by Josefina Barantes, and then Don Gillespie. Sandy Jarabek.
Okay, more good vibes. I live here. My name is Sandra Jarabek. I believe tomorrow is going to be the first time ever that commissioners have been to the Pacific Shore subdivision. This is very cool. You will see 2 major Coastal Act legacies. One, the Pacific Shore subdivision has not been developed. This is it on the slide. In the winter, when you see that the roads are blue with water. Not every winter. As your director, so it has not been developed because of the Coastal Act. Your director, Peter Douglas, was fond of saying, the success of the Coastal Act is what you don't see. However, you will see remnant endangered coastal prairie, abundant wetlands, and a home to threatened birds, butterflies, plants, and Roosevelt elk, and more. 1,500 plus half-acre lots were subdivided and sold door to door in Los Angeles in the 1960s. The state now owns 80% of these lots, thanks in large part to the tremendous work of Patty McCleary with Smith River Alliance, who is an acquisition whiz. Second legacy, you will glimpse Lake Earl, the largest estuarine lagoon on the West Coast, habitat for 320 bird species and more. When it fills up with rain in the winter, there are 5,000 surface acres of water, and the shoreline is 60 miles around. This is important. For nearly 100 years, the lagoon was artificially breached almost as much as anyone wanted, dewatering all the marshes. In the early 1990s, the commission made the fateful decision to bring the water levels up to a higher, more natural level before artificial breaching.
Thank you so much. We're going to hear a lot about this tomorrow, and I hope you're going to be there. when
I
we
will be
visit?
there. There was a decade of lawsuits. It's over.
Right.
It's done.
Yeah, and thank you for recognizing Patty, who is just such an amazing force of nature.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Josefina Barantes, Don Gillespie, and then we'll move to our Zoom participants.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Josefina Barantes, and I'm the Del Norte County Environmental Advocate for the Environmental Protection Information Center, also known as EPIC here on the North Coast. I'm speaking today on behalf of the EPIC and Friends of Del Norte Alliance. Last July, I visited the Pacific Shores subdivision and witnessed illegal vehicle trespassing at the mouth of the lagoon. Not only did I see dirt bikes ripping through the sand dunes near the snowy plover nesting season, I saw zero signage that indicated off-highway vehicles were prohibited and that there were threatened species nesting in the sand during that time. When I was leaving the Pacific Shores, I saw people happily unloading more ATVs from a truck, getting ready for a day full of ripping through the habitat. I would like to believe the best in people, and that if there were people were to see signs on the beach here in Del Norte County saying that they cannot drive through the dunes or on the beach, that some people would listen. If not that, I am certain that permanent fencing and boulders would also discourage such harmful recreation. Illegal vehicle trespassing on these state beaches needs to be addressed. The impacted beaches are hotspots for biodiversity important to the future of several threatened species. When you go to the Pacific Shores in Lake Earl tomorrow, you won't be able to see the destruction happening from the site you will visit, although I wish that you could see it for yourself. We look forward to seeing the Coastal Commission push on state parks and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to ensure proper permanent signage and fencing and the end to illegal vehicle trespass on Pacific Shores, all the way south to the Point St. George Beach and to the north at the mouth of the Smith River. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Don Gillespie, and then our first Zoom speakers will be Risa Bell, followed by Robin Rudisil, and then Elizabeth Hansberg. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for making the drive up here, for visiting us here. My name is Don Gillespie. I'm speaking for the Friends of Del Norte County, who just celebrated 51-year anniversary of environmental activism and trying to protect our quality of life here in Del Norte County and the Northern California. And today I'd like to address some issues at Kellogg Beach, which is, you will be on Kellogg Road tomorrow when you take the tour of Pacific Shores. And at the end of Kellogg Road is this beautiful beach. And I've been visiting this beach for over 40 years, jogging and walking the beach. And there used to be just one main access at the end of Kellogg Road. Now there are 5 dune top accesses to the beach right in that area, which promotes dune loss. This is largely initiated by off-road vehicles, and there used to be a sign that the Park Service put up there explaining that licensed vehicles can drive to the north on the beach trying to accommodate perch fishing. There's lots of fishermen go down there and use their vehicles to get the fishing spot. And there are no vehicles allowed to the south. But that sign had deteriorated and was never replaced. And now to the south, there's a road, a dune top road for about a mile long, or more than a mile, that somebody in a Jeep or some bigger four-wheel drive was initially set a 2-track. That's been followed by, I think, some innocent people just driving over the dunes. And now there's a road there, illegal.
Yeah, thank you so much for your
You're welcome.
comments.
So you'll be out there tomorrow.
Yes,
Come take a drive on the new highway, dune top.
hopefully we won't be doing that. I don't think we will. All right, I'm so sorry to limit the comments to 2 minutes, but believe it or not, we have about 30 some odd people on Zoom. So could we have the next commenter, please?
Yes, Risa Bell, followed by Robin Rudisil, and then Elizabeth Hansberg. Risa, I've given you permission to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I just wanted to come before you to thank you all. My name is Rissa. I'm with Paddle for Peace. I'm the founder of Paddle for Peace. And I just wanted to talk about a little bit about what the Whale Tail has done for our organization and our community. We have received a Whale Tail grant for the second year in a row. When we first started off, we were kind of doing ocean conservation work and providing surf lessons as we could. Because when you think of coastal protection, it's the responsibility of everybody, but BIPOC and inner city communities are often left out. And they also don't have a relationship with the coast for several reasons, redlinings, systemic racism, etc. So we work to undo the damage. And I want you to know that you all have helped us to work to undo the damage by allowing us to become recipients from the grant. Last year, we were able to launch two 4-week programs with BIPOC youth, thanks to Whale Tail Grant. And this year, we were able to launch our Coastal Academy, which is in-class coastal conservation education to Title I schools, and also sustain our surf and science program where we take inner city kids to the beach. And as of April, we've been able to serve 225 youth, and hopefully we triple that number by the end of the year. And that was all thanks to the Whale Tail grants and the work that you guys are doing to help diversify the coast. It really is having an impact in those forgotten communities. And so ocean protection is not just for privileged people who live along the coast or have some kind of, hand in, or a stakeholder. It's for everyone. The coast is for everyone, and it's also everyone's responsibility. So just wanted to thank you all, and also, thank Annie for all of her help as well.
Thank you. Next is Robin Rudisill, followed by Elizabeth Hansberg, and then Angeles Ochoa.
Ms. Rudisill, will you be making separate comments for the ledge report, or did you want to make those comments now?
No, that'll be at the ledge report. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes now.
Thanks. Good morning. I'd like to brief you on what I know about the status of the long-awaited Venice LCP. I'm on a neighborhood council subcommittee working on giving the city recommendations on it, but I'm speaking here as an individual. The city's approach is to first work on their uncertified community plan and then the LCP. They're on the second or third draft, and the departure from the existing certified LUP is stunning. We've also been told that the LCP is not being prepared by starting with the existing LUP and making changes, but rather using existing conditions as the starting point. I'm not sure how that would work. Some examples, they want 4 units on tiny non-conforming lots, and 4 units is before adding in the increased bonus density height and FAR that will be built into the new citywide zoning code due out in a year or so. They're changing height requirements from number of feet to number of stories and significantly increasing the stories. They're converting numerous residential zones to commercial zones in a housing crisis. 5 to 8 story buildings proposed on Washington Boulevard, where they have been only 2 to 3 stories up to now. They're proposing major upzoning from residential to commercial, where there are hundreds of rent stabilized units naturally occurring affordable housing, causing a risk of displacement. Adding significant density and scale in the Oakwood community, accelerating gentrification and ignoring its socio-cultural heritage as the first and only remaining Black coastal community. Parking is the wild card. I've heard we'll have a draft LCP in a year and a half. We've been hearing similar estimates for over 10 years now. It's been 48 years, actually, since the Coastal Act came into existence, and there will always be things to add or amend for. So please stop the madness, LCP first, and while you're at it, please tell them to get the San Pedro LCP done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Hansberg, followed by Angeles Ochoa, and then Derek Falconer. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Good morning, members of the Coastal Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you remotely. I was with you in person last month at the Long Beach location. I'm just here from People for Housing Orange County to remind you of the housing crisis that continues to plague particularly Orange County as one of the least affordable metro areas, certainly in our state, definitely in the country, and to bring your attention again to the role that the Coastal Commission plays in being a barrier to developing housing, in terms of delays and another level of government that needs to sign off on approvals. And just to ask you to please, in the case of the Magnolia Tank Farm, move the project forward. It brings 20% affordable housing to our, to our county, much of which will serve the workforce that is going to be working at the hotel. And the need for this affordable housing for those workers and additional affordable units in the coastal zone, it's pressing, it's an equity issue. And so just please bring that project forward so that it can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Angeles Ochoa, followed by Derek Falconer, and then part of Derek Falconer's group, Michael Alford, we're unable to find. After that will be Michael Posner. Angeles Ochoa.
Good morning, members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Angeles Ochoa. I am the digital organizer with Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development. I'm here to voice my support for the Magnolia Tank Farm redevelopment and affordable housing project in Huntington Beach, crucial for addressing the housing needs of under-resourced working families in Orange County. In my role with the court, I've witnessed the dire consequences of housing crisis firsthand. Recently, I've assisted over 40 households facing eviction in Anaheim, victims of landlord greed and the lack of local accountability. Unfortunately, this situation isn't unique and reflects the challenges and displacement of working class residents across Orange County and the state. Currently, 65% of renters in our region spend over 30% of their income on rent, placing immense strain on families. With Orange County ranked among the top 10 least affordable metropolitan housing markets, action is imperative. The Magnolia Tank Farm project offers hope, committing to a 20% affordable housing rate for very low-income families. Moreover, 85% of households in Orange County and major regions can't afford a 1.3 million median price home. This project isn't just about redevelopment, it's about creating opportunities for families to thrive by prioritizing affordable housing. I ask the Commission to recognize the urgency of this matter. The Magnolia Tank Farm project goes beyond meeting requirements. It exceeds them, offering 250 new housing units, including 20% for workforce and affordable housing, which is a game changer for our community. Backed by widespread support from diverse communities, labor unions, civil rights leaders, and social justice advocates, this project sets a model for responsible coastal development. I urge the Commission to prioritize the Magnolia Tank Farm project on its agenda. Its benefits make it a beacon of hope for working families in Orange County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Derek Falconer.
Good morning, Commissioners. I wish to outline significant concerns regarding San Diego's proposed homeless facility at the H Barracks pictured on this slide. This development involves two major phases, each presenting notable environmental and community challenges. The first phase proposes safe parking area for homeless individuals living in vehicles, yet lacks crucial environmental protections such as electrical hookups for recreational vehicles and RV wastewater management. This site could lead to adverse impacts on our environment, which we are obligated to prevent. Second, the second phase aims to establish California's largest homeless encampment adjacent to Liberty Station, Spanish Landing, and Harbor Island, which constitute the largest recreation areas on San Diego Bay, welcoming more than 9 million visitors per year. This raises serious compatibility issues with the surrounding environment and its impact on local tourism, recreation, and quality coastal access. The need for comprehensive environmental studies on this site is also critical, highlighted by a recent lawsuit involving firefighters exposed to toxic chemicals while training at this site. The situation underscores the necessity for an updated and thorough environmental impact report, especially since the project relies on an outdated mitigated negative declaration from the year 2000. Next slide, please. Proposing a large-scale homeless encampment adjacent to hotels, marinas, and tourist attractions is inconsistent with the area's current use. Proceeding without a rigorous new EIR could pose irreversible risks to our coastal ecosystem and public health. As we consider this proposal, I urge the Commission to require a new and detailed EIR that reflects current conditions and addresses all potential risks. Your commitment to environmental oversight is crucial to ensuring the responsible and safe development in San Diego. Next slide, please. Thank you for your dedication to protecting our environment and safeguarding our community welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. And we still can't find Michael Alford, who's part of your group, but we have Michael Posner, who will be following.
Okay.
Michael Posner.
Good morning, commissioners. I join you today from the most beautiful place in California, Crescent City, to highlight a couple of important omissions in the mayor of San Diego's proposal for a homeless safe parking location adjacent to the San Diego airport and a coastal waterway at a location named H Barracks that Derek just mentioned. The current permit application, numbered 624-0300, proposes phase 1, including a safe parking area, but falls short in addressing several critical environmental and community concerns. Notably, the application lacks provisions for essential services that would mitigate significant environmental impacts and assure even the basest level of quality of life for the homeless parking there. First, the safe parking proposal does not include electrical hookups for RVs and electrical services for campers and cars. This is crucial to preventing the RVs, campers, and cars from running their engines all the time and creating air pollution and potentially spilling fuel during refueling. This pollution and possible spills would contaminate our local environment and will occur in a coastal zone where pollutants are likely to reach the waterways. Second, the proposal does not adequately address the disposal of sewage and wastewater from RVs and campers. It is essential that the site includes facilities for gray and black water pump outs and that the proposal addresses the risks that these pumping facilities bring to the area. Without these facilities, there is a real risk that sewage will end up in the coastal environment, threatening both marine life and public health. Our community's concerns are based on a clear understanding of the sensitive ecosystem we inhabit and practical implications of introducing such a facility in a densely populated and environmentally sensitive area. I urge the Commission to require a reevaluation of the safe parking proposal from Mayor and to include these necessary environmental and humanitarian safeguards in the new proposal. We must ensure that our approach to solving one issue does not create another. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter, and it was a pleasure speaking to you today.
Thank you. And now Michael Alford was able to join the meeting just in time. So Michael Alford, followed by Christopher Bliss, Jim Palmer, and Dr. Richard Navarro. Michael Alford, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Good morning, commissioners. Today, I wish to express the significant concerns that we have regarding the San Diego proposed development of a large homeless tent encampment at H Barracks as a site of phase 2 of application 624-300. 0300. The basis for this project's environmental compliance uses the Mitigated Negative Declaration, M&D, dated October 3rd of 2000. This M&D was prepared for the redevelopment of the Naval Training Center, that now known as Liberty Station, in an area that has come to become a major recreational hub in San Diego Bay, attracting over 9 million visitors annually. Crucially, the 2000 MND did not contemplate the proposed encampment project, nor did it account for the profound changes in the surrounding area and updates in environmental regulations over the past 24 years. These changes necessitate a reevaluation of potential environmental impacts in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The site in question is encircled by amenities that cater to visitors, tourists, and the local community, including San Diego International Airport, hotels, marinas, and extensive recreation areas. Introducing an incompatible development such as an unprecedentedly large homeless encampment would negatively affect those established areas and overall visitor experience. Given the extensive development and changed circumstances, it is imperative to conduct a new environmental study. This updated review should assess the specific impacts of the proposed project and, if applicable, be tiered to the 2000 MND to ensure comprehensive assessment and mitigation strategies are in place. As stewards of our coastal resources and community interests, we must ensure that all new developments not only address pressing social issues, but also integrate seamlessly with existing environmental economic frameworks. Urge the Commission to acquire a new MND that accurately reflects the current realities and long-term implications of this development. Thank you.
Next will be Christopher Bliss, followed by Jim Palmer, and then Dr. Richard Navarro. Christopher Bliss, when you're able to, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. My name is Christopher Bliss. I'm a member of the Newport Mooring Association. Yes, sorry about that. My name is Christopher Bliss. I'm a member of the Newport Mooring Association, and I would like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to speak and to thank them very much for protecting our beautiful California coast and ensuring that it is kept accessible for everyone to enjoy. Unfortunately, this is not the case in Newport Beach. For the past year or so, the Harbor Commission and the City Council have been working on a scheme of raising the rates of moorings in the harbor up to 500%. Effectively, this will be putting an end to affordable family boating forever in Newport Beach. And also, it is denying access to all but the very wealthy. This is a very urgent matter as the City Council will be voting on this rate hike within the next few weeks. If you take a look at the slide that is being presented here, I can show you quickly the average cost for having a 40-foot boat on a mooring in California. In Avalon, it's $523 a year. In Morro Bay, it's $1,320 a year. In San Diego, it's $1,538, and that includes all the maintenance from the moorings, etc. In Monterey, it's $1,000. In Santa Barbara, it's $350. The average price for having a 40-foot boat on a mooring in California is $1,091. In Newport Beach, it's currently $1,603. That's what we're paying now. With this new rate hike that they have proposed, after the fee schedule is phased in, it will be $5,760 to keep a boat in Newport Beach. And that price will actually go up from there because this is not counting on inflation and CPI rate increases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jim Palmer, followed by Dr. Richard Navarro, and then Adam Leverins. Jim Palmer.
Thank you for this opportunity today. I'm Jim Palmer, a mooring permit holder in Newport Beach. Could you kindly bring up slide 1? Thank you. Today, I'm asking the Coastal Commission to stop the city of Newport Beach from implementing any mooring rate increases until the commission is satisfied the city addresses the unequal and unfair public mooring permit rates that reduce harbor access and use for a targeted socioeconomic group. Slide 1 in front of you is from the State Lands Commission. It says no discrimination in rates, tolls, or charges of any use or service is allowed. From the Coastal Land Use Plan, the terms are to continue to provide shore moorings and offshore moorings as an important source of low-cost public access to the water in the harbor. Next slide, please. This is a rendering you saw at your last meeting in Long Beach. It basically is a rendering of the discrimination rates. Go ahead to the next slide, please. This is that. Well, the prior slide was a rendering. This is the reality. This is mooring field C. It's off the Balboa Peninsula. The mooring permits in this mooring field range from 35 feet to 75 feet. Currently, the rents are about $1,400 to $3,000 per year for those mooring permits. The proposed yearly rates will take them up to over $4,200 to $21,000 for those same boats in the same locations. As you can see on the left side, there's a list of pier permits, and the most expensive pier permit is just a bit over $500 per year. Go to slide 4, please. Next slide. This is just a closer look at those pier permits. Go slide 5, please. This isolates just one residential pier permit. It has a 719 square foot pier or dock. You'll notice there are 3 boats on that dock. One of the many quirks the city is to charge only the square foot for the pier and the dock while excluding the water space of the boats. So for just a little over $400 a year, this pier permit has 2 40-foot boats and 1 30-foot boat. And that's just scratching the surface of what's going on in the city. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Richard Navarro, followed by Adam Leverins, and then Susan Simon and Ernie Simon. Richard Navarro.
Thank you. Can you please show the first slide? Well, first, let me express my appreciation to all the commissioners for listening to us at your April 12th meeting. Since this issue emerged in January with the Newport Harbor Commission's flawed appraisal, our appeals for an equitable solution have fallen on deaf ears, yet you got it in less than 6 minutes. I'd like to highlight comments made by Commissioners Cummings, Lowenberg, and Bochco at that meeting, that some local governments may try to slip through things by the Coastal Commission that undermine the Coastal Act. It feels like it's intentional to push out mooring permittees. Our obligation is access, and this is the opposite of what should be happening. And public access is more than parking lots. You are all correct. The Newport Harbor Commission's recommendations to the City Council will result in restricting access, pushing out the low and middle income families that park their boats in the harbor, and making current liveaboards, many of whom are on fixed incomes, housing insecure. This is blatant and outright discrimination by what I call the arrogance of the privileged. Since April 20th, almost 700 signatures have been collected, approximately the same number of private permit holders, to stop this egregious recommendation. Next slide, please. We are here today because of the Coastal Commission we believe has the jurisdiction over Newport Harbor and can stop this harassment of private mooring permit holders. In addition, moorings are like parking lots, and that is where low and middle income families can afford to keep their boats to access the harbor and coastal waterways. In some cases, 3 generations of families have depended on this affordable access, which would be denied if the recommendation is approved. Finally, I would like to close by thanking the Coastal Commission staff for meeting with us and listening to our concerns. However, we cannot wait a month for a response. We need action now. At your last meeting, Commissioner Cummings suggested enforcement action to allow for conversation and to determine if the proposal is legal, and we agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Adam Leverins, followed by Susan Simon and Ernie Simon. Adam Leverins.
Could you please call up my first slide?
Give us a moment to bring it up. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dear commissioners and staff, as you contemplate the scenario of mooring increases in Newport Beach increasing by ranges of 300 to over 500%, I offer the following for your consideration. A week from today, the Newport Harbor Foundation is holding its first annual State of the Bay luncheon at the exclusive Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Included are past and present electeds, harbor commissioners, harbor masters, etc. Featured are the mayor and entire city council, and there's a guest speaker to provide updates on the city's desired mooring field reconfiguration and rate increases. I've been provided this graphic, which indicates you're to RSVP to Julie Ackman. Ackman Consulting Group is indicated as being proud to have provided services for a majority of those currently sitting on council, as well as past council members. There are a number of names on the flyer for the function. There's a little matrix on the lower right side indicating positions those persons have held with the city and yacht clubs. I hope these materials I've submitted online as well, or in documentary form. I hope you'll find time to be able to look over them more thoroughly. Tickets for the VIP reception and lunch can be had for $1,000, while the individual lunch tickets are $5. As I hope has been conveyed, many of those at risk of losing coastal access in Newport Beach lack resources or status to indulge in $500 or $1,000 meals, even at functions where subject matter outcomes will greatly harm them. Could you please bring up the next slide? Unfortunately, effort at morphing Newport Beach into a more exclusive and homogeneous playground for the well-to-do is not new. From an environmental justice case study prepared for the Coastal Commission about fire rings, the same type of thing happened. And this slide shows, again, a 14-space dock paying way below what a single mooring pays. I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Susan Simon, followed by Ernie Simon and then Joe Wilson. Susan, we're unable to promote you as a panelist, so I'm allowing you to speak as an attendee. Please unmute and begin when you're ready. Susan Simon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioners, my name is Susan Simon. I'm speaking today regarding the Port of San Diego's Port Master Plan update that is anticipated to be sent to the California Coastal Commission this year seeking its approval. The Coastal Commission should reject the PMPU in its entirety as a fatally flawed, incomplete document that is inconsistent with its stated objectives and goals. The stated objective was to create a holistic, thoughtful, and balanced approach to future water and land uses on and around San Diego Bay for generations to come. The Port of San Diego has divided its oversight area into 10 districts. Of those 10, 4 districts are proposed to include major development. However, the PMPU excluded entirely 2 districts with massive planned developments and misstated another planned massive development in a 3rd district whose port-selected developer is currently undergoing CEQA for the plan. Due to the port's elimination of 2 entire districts and misstating development in a 3rd district, the PMPU is not a holistic, thoughtful, or balanced approach plan as claimed by the port. Nor does the PMPU remedy the port's stated goal for the PMPU to provide a comprehensive update to the current PMP and its many location-specific amendments. The only port goal likely meant by the PMPU is streamline the permitting process for developers, investors, and port staff to process projects more effectively and efficiently, because that's what happens when most Port of San Diego commissioners' current employment or backgrounds are in development. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Ernie Simon is on your device as well.
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, good morning. My name is Ernie Simon. I ask that once received, the California Coastal Commission should reject in its entirety the Port of San Diego's Port Master Plan update due to its not meeting its own stated goals and objectives. It is neither a comprehensive update to the current PMP, nor does it meet its goals. Specifically, a goal is to balance the need of development with those of valuable natural resources. The PEIR and the port's mitigation measures failed to reduce outcomes in approximately 80% of the evaluated areas to less than significant. Concerningly, 60% of the evaluated areas remain significant and unavoidable before including the impact of the development use. Another goal was to prioritize coastal dependent developments and clearly define water and land uses for development. A new golf driving range, indoor concert venues, some museums, and most retail are not coastal dependent uses. One could also argue that many hotel rooms blocking the water are not necessary, especially when existing hotel room occupancy rates are below 75%. Yet that is what the port wants. Another goal is to protect opportunities for public access and parks on the waterfront for all Californians and visitors to enjoy. The PMPU reduces green grassy areas and parks in favor of concrete walkways. The PMPU further confuses the amount by combining parks, green areas, and plazas, concrete areas, into one category that also includes concrete walkways. Also, the San Diego Tourism Authority reports that only 20% of all visitors to San Diego are Californians, that most come for the beaches. This is clear the PM's true strategic plan developed San Diego Bay until there is no public land left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Wilson, followed by Lisa Gant, and then Susie Whitelaw. Joe Wilson.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is regarding the beach erosion in San Clemente that we hit every month. You've probably heard that Orange County Transit Authority has finally modified their strategy for protecting their tracks in San Clemente to include sand replenishment. This is a breakthrough. This creates an opportunity to prevent the elimination of our beaches from a riprap-only seawall disaster. Our key point today is that there needs to be thorough technical collaboration between OCTA's engineers and a panel of independent technical experts to ensure an environmentally sound design and construction strategy that not only protects the tracks with a minimal amount of rocks, but also a sufficient amount of sand to buffer the coastal zone. For example, a 50-foot wide boulder revetment, which they designed, is out of the question, given that a much narrower revetment combined with a wide sandy beach would even be more effective and environmentally friendly. We hope that your technical resources insist on and participate in such a process prior to any emergency permitting that would allow OCTA to begin remediation prior to next winter's storms. In addition, our Save Our Beaches San Clemente group has on-staff experts as well as other Southern California and international resources available to participate in this effort. Given the immediacy of the project, we would really appreciate the inclusion of our organization in the coming months to help develop a smart, environmentally safe project plan for track protection that includes a robust sand component. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Gant, followed by Susie Whitelaw and then Nate Coleman. Lisa Gant. Lisa, I see that you're in as a panelist and that your camera is on, but please unmute.
Sorry. I'd like to begin by saying I'm encouraged by the recent turn of events with the Orange County Transit Authority, that their acknowledgement that placing sand on San Clemente's beaches to protect our beach and the rail is a welcome change. However, I'm concerned that OCTA's use of oversized revetments poses a significant threat to our beaches. OCTA needs to consult with coastal marine specialists as to how to place sand and minimize boulders. The armoring that is planned thus far is way beyond what is necessary and ultimately is destructive to our beaches. I implore the Commission to prioritize sand replenishment initiatives with a strategy that minimizes the use of boulders and revetments wherever possible. Emergency permits for a 50-foot wide monster-sized revetment should not be granted, nor should a revetment that is 2/3 of a mile long that escapes all environmental scrutiny as proposed in hotspot number 4 it is imperative that the environmental assessments are imposed to prevent permanent harm to our coast and revetments be minimized as much as possible. OCTA suggested the use of sand be considered mitigation. However, it is actually a responsibility to protect the beach where the revetments are placed. Sand should not be considered an afterthought for mitigation purposes. We need sand. It needs to be done right by knowledgeable coastal engineers as a cohesive plan. We strongly oppose oversized revetments along our beaches. It is imperative that sand replenishment be recognized as an essential requirement in the permitting process for revetment construction. Failure to acknowledge the critical need for sand in this context undermines the sustainability of our beaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Susie Whitelaw, followed by Nate Coleman, and then Jennifer Creston, followed by 5 more speakers after that. Susie Whitelaw.
Hello, I have a presentation. First, I'd like to discuss mitigation for OCTA's past placement of rock at Cypress Shores. We understand that OCTA has discussed paying in lieu fees of around $13 million. We have also heard that OCTA is now proposing to use those funds instead to place sand in another beach as pre-mitigation for their planned future armoring. We respectfully request that you say no, assign the funds to the City of San Clemente to act as the lead agency to place the sand where the past harm occurred. Next slide, please. Now on to those future harms and the planned armoring of San Clemente State Beach. OCTA has identified a 700-foot-long hotspot of erosion and therefore plans on building a 3,500-foot-long engineered revetment. Next slide, please. A 50-foot-wide seawall, as shown on the right, would cover all of the dry sandy beach. However, they are proposing to add enough sand to maybe create 50 feet of beach in front of these rocks. That plan will not even begin to mitigate the highly significant environmental damages incurred. Next slide, please. Another project on the north side of town, they're proposing to dump 8,000 tons of rock with just a meager band of sand in front, which will wash away immediately. These plans are just a waste of our precious sand. Next slide, please. OCTA is planning on spending $125 million for only 500,000 cubic yards of sand, when the current going prices say they should buy at least 4 times that amount of sand. This is a waste of California taxpayer money. Next slide, please. OCTA refuses to talk to any technical experts and rely upon their opinions. I do not have confidence that OCTA has the capacity or goodwill to design an appropriate mitigation program. I respectfully request that you consider assigning all of this mitigation funds to the city and appoint them as the lead agency for all mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nate Coleman, followed by Jennifer Creston, and then Wade Womack. Nate Coleman.
Am I audible? Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'm a responsible boater and lifelong sailor from a long line of sailors and nautical professionals, although I work as an engineer in medical devices and green hydrogen, 14 patents. I'm a permitted liveaboard moored in Newport Beach for 15 years. This is a community that predates the influx of wealthy elites by decades. Elites who grant themselves nearly free use of this state asset and their luxurious docks, but seek to change the rules and run us ordinary citizens off the moorings with discriminatory pricing and intimidation in violation of the Coastal Act we hope you can defend. Now, I'm a 63-year-old cancer patient, and like many others, I will lose my boat and home if the city gets its way. I will never be able to afford another home near work in Irvine, especially after spending all I had on a boat and a mooring and the city taking it away. They will take our family boat that my kids grew up on. I'll be jobless, homeless, and without medical coverage while I'm fighting cancer. This will be the end of our unbroken, multi-generational line of sailing. There will be nothing for me to give to my son when he returns from his military service as an engineer diver, a 12 Delta. We commoners and working folk have long suffered hate of our very existence and the determination of entitled wealthy elites to expel us from a state waterway originally established for the public. They will feed our beloved boats to the crusher and make that state waterway a personal playground. Please, you are the only hope we have to prevent the wealthy and the powerful from taking what little we have built, including our homes. Do whatever you can to intervene in this undermining of the Coastal Act.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer Creston, followed by Wade Womack, and then Reverend Adrian Goodrich. Jennifer Creston.
I have a video. Can you please run my video?
Hi, my name is Dick Andrews. I'm a disabled vet living aboard my boat for over 10 years. This 400% increase that the Newport Beach is proposing over the next 5 years will drive me into homelessness. My income will not increase 400% over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Mr. Andrews is just one of over 50 individuals and/or families who live on their boats in Newport Harbor. Those individuals come from all walks of life, and many have saved for years in order to buy a boat and live on the water. It was their dream that is now becoming a nightmare. Should the exorbitant proposed increases become reality, Mr. Andrews, as well as many others, will be forced to abandon their boats and try to find shelter elsewhere. They will become homeless. Other mooring permittees, like me, used to have a boat and a slip, and it was great. We had access to water, bathrooms, electricity, parking, etc. Unfortunately, the slip rent became so expensive that we moved the boat to a mooring in order to still keep the boat. I understand that clearing the harbor of moored boats will make the harbor more attractive to many waterfront homeowners, especially those who have docks for their boats. However, I don't think that the fate of mooring permittees should be determined by wealthy Newport Beach homeowners who don't like the aesthetic of a natural-looking harbor or feel that their view is blocked by moored boats. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next is Wade Womack, followed by Reverend Adrian Goodrich, and then Frank Egger. Wade Womack.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. I am Wade Womack of Newport. Regarding Newport mooring rates, here are simple and verifiable rates. At number 1, the city charges residents 55 cents per square foot for use of the water surface, their dock. This is a pier permit. Number 4, existing mooring rates are $1.36 per square foot for use of the same water. This existing disparity is concerning. At number 5, the Harbor Commission has recommended mooring rates be raised to $4.81. This disparity, 55 cents versus $4.81, the same use, the same water, results in obvious price discrimination. Cannot be tolerated. Next slide, please. Next slide, there we go. Here are the annual revenues for Newport mooring and residential docks as reported by the city to the state lands for the Harbor Trust. Please note that there are roughly the same number of offshore mooring permits as dock permits paying into this fund. In the red box to the right, you will see that offshore mooring permits pay 4 times more into the fund compared to the residential dock permits. Mooring holders pay more than their fair share to the public trust harbor fund. On line number 3 in red ink, if the city truly believes the rate for using water surface in Newport should be charged at $4.81 per square foot, the dock permits should be paying $2.4 million into this fund, not $300,000. Does the existing disparity result in a gift of public funds? Thank you for protecting equitable access.
Thank you. Next is Reverend Adrian Goodrich, followed by Frank Egger, and then Hein Austin. Reverend Adrian Goodrich. You're muted still.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yeah.
All right. My name is Reverend Adrian Goodrich, and I am the pastor of St. James AME Church in the city of Compton. I'm an advocate, and that means advocating for housing, because I believe housing is a basic human need. And I also advocate for social justice, which means I'm advocating for the right for an adequate standard of living for everyone. Access to adequate and affordable housing is crucial to promote socially and economically diverse neighborhoods in which residents have access to quality facilities, services, amenities, and employment opportunities. Inadequate housing can impact negatively on urban equity and inclusion, urban safety, and the livelihood opportunities, and cause negative health conditions. I am supporting the Magnolia Tank Farm redevelopment and affordable housing project in Huntington Beach because it is a move in the right direction by providing a 20% affordable housing rate, and supporting under-resourced working families in the Orange County region by having this access to housing affordability. I understand the struggles in helping meet the needs of those from disadvantaged communities as I personally maneuver through the obstacles of building housing for homeless veterans. I'm hoping that the California Coastal Commission will see the Magnolia Tank Farm project as a positive development. I support this plan as it will provide to be a successful example of how we can address high rates of homelessness and the resulting persistence of poverty by giving so many the right to an adequate standard of living and housing. The Magnolia Tank Farm far exceeds all state and local requirements and creates an expanded wetlands habitat buffer and maintenance funding for wetlands restoration for decades to come. Prioritizing this for the commission's agenda and the next couple of months should be at the top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have 3 more speakers that we're able to find. After that, I'll list off the names that we're unable to find. First, we'll have Frank Egger, followed by Hein Austin, and then Scott Frazier. Frank Egger. Frank, you were unable to be promoted in as a panelist, so I have asked you to speak as an attendee.
Thank you. Frank Egger from Fairfax. A number of us in the Bay Area are deeply concerned about the legislative attacks on the Coastal Commission and the California Environmental Quality Act by Senator Wiener and his allies in the legislature. Last year it was Senate Bill 423, and this year it's Senate Bill 951 and AB 2560. I was with Coastal Alliance in 1972 to qualify and pass Proposition 20 and appointed to the Coastal Commission on December 7th, 1972. As the first of the 84 commissioners appointed, I worked directly with Attorney General Evel Younger to have his new environmental unit based in San Francisco to represent us and defend Proposition 20, a subsequent Coastal Act of 1976. The Coastal Act of 1976 extended the purpose and intent of Proposition 20. I do not believe the kinds of legislation promoted by Senator Wiener can override the Coastal Act of 1976. The attorneys who defended us back in the day were Assistant AG Clem Shute and Deputy AGs like Mark Mahoney, Mark Weinberger, and Dan Tafe. Some are still around. I urge you to contact either Clem Shute or Mark Mahoney to seek their counsel as to whether or not legislation being proposed to amend the Coastal Act of 1976 is legal. Perhaps they can come out of retirement to defend the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Hein Austin, followed by Scott Frazier. Hein Austin, we also haven't been able to promote you as a panelist, so you're able to speak as an attendee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you please display my slide number 1 before we begin?
Give us a second to bring it up.
Slide number, no.
This is what we received from you.
I send the slide number 1 with a picture of a pier with 7 boats. It's a very clear picture.
I'm sorry, this is the material that we received. We don't have the other one on hand at the moment.
Okay, well, commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hein Austin. I am a longtime liveaboard in Newport Harbor. The city of Newport Beach has been overcharging the community of 1,200 moorings in the harbor by 400% for decades. Can this get worse, you might wonder? It gets a lot worse. Last month, the Harbor Commission made a recommendation to the City Council to further increase mooring rates by an additional 400%. Mooring holders are asking, why do we have to pay a lot more for a lot less? For example, I want to draw your attention to this private dock located at 351 Bayfront. According to the city's website, this is a 1,100 square foot U-shaped private dock with 2 yachts, 2 large yachts, and 5 smaller boats for a total of 7 boats. The city rate for docks is only 56 cents per square foot, and in this case, $630 for this skinny dock to park 7 boats. Here's the catch. The dock holders pay only for the actual footprint of their docks, not for any water space. The city gives away water space around these docks away for free to their friends and let them park thousands of boats free of charge throughout the harbor. Mooring holders want the same deal. Right next to this private dock are 2 white dots on the water that indicates onshore moorings. The city says the fair market value for moorings is around $15 per square foot. This means a little shore mooring like that must pay around $1,650 to satisfy the city's new spin on the definition of fair market value. Can this get any worse? It gets a lot worse, but unfortunately my time's up. But I can share more if someone reaches out to me. In closing, Mooring holders ought to be paying less than 56 cents per square foot for what they are getting, not more. If this city is allowed to get away with this kind
Thank
of
you so much,
unbridled rate
sir.
discrimination,
Really appreciate. Oh, your time's not up.
I too will be driven out of the harbor and be denied affordable access to the water. If possible, would the State Lands Commission please consider launching a full audit into the tidelands permits in Newport Harbor? This will expose the sheer scope of the rate discrimination and possible corruption. This corruption can be exposed. Please help us to create a level playing field for the haves and the have-nots in the harbor. What I just showed you is just the tip of the iceberg, and all of it is verifiable. I can show you worse things and it'll blow you away.
Sorry, we have to keep moving on. Next will be Scott Frazier, and then one name popped up that wasn't there before. Long Pham will follow Scott Frazier. So, Scott Frazier. Scott, you're joining via phone. We've asked you to unmute, and you may need to dial *6 to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Chairman Hart, Commissioners, my name is Scott Frazier. I have 44 years of professional experience as a biologist working for natural resource agencies. Your North Coast staff recently approved an emergency CDP for the waste discharge line that will be used by Nordic Aqua Farms. The emergency CDP was reviewed at your last meeting. An important issue
Sir, I'm
for
not
your
sure
consideration.
Could you hold on one second? Is this with regard to the agenda item that's on today? Because if it is, we can hear the comment.
Nordic
then.
Aqua Farms is not on your agenda today.
It's
There were other actions that the commission took related to the actual approval of the CDP that are distinct from the intake.
okay. Great, thank you. Excuse me, sir. Please continue.
Yes, so as you've just pointed out, this is about the waste discharge line. So the emergency CDP for the waste discharge line was reviewed at your last meeting. An important consideration for you is that the pipeline is 62 years old and at the end of its useful life. The Nordic project proposes to use this line for another 30 years. It is unreasonable to expect this pipeline to carry 12 million gallons per day, including 70,000 gallons per day of human sewage, without replacement. Photos were sent to you, to your staff, on Friday this past week, showing that 5 of 6 steel bands at a critical joint are broken. A waste discharge pipeline approaching 90 years of age at the end of the current project must not be allowed to fail due to anticipated storm damage that are foreseeable in the future. Please direct your staff to explore requirements to replace the pipeline, as the emergency CDP requires long-term solutions to come back to you in the next 3 months. Replacement of the entire line is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we found 2 more speakers, Long Pham and then Matt Haynes. Long Pham. Long Pham, I see that you're in as a panelist. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, can I speak now? CDP requires long-term solutions to come back to you in the next.
Long Pham, we hear that you have the audio for the meeting up. Could you please mute that before you start speaking? We're getting some feedback.
Okay.
Long Pham and then Matt. Where'd you go? Long Pham actually dropped out of the meeting, so we'll move on to the next person, Matt Haynes.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Haynes. Thank you for having me today. My name is Matt Haynes. I am with MECA. We are the Multi-Ethnic Collaborative of Community Agencies. We are a network of 9 collaborative agencies that serve the diverse communities of Orange County, California. I am here also, as some other speakers have been, to support the Magnolia Tank Farm project and urge the Coastal Commission to immediately add this to the agenda as quick as humanly possible. As you know, there's a housing crisis across the state of California. And that is especially exacerbated in places like Orange County and especially near the coast. So when Mecca heard of the Magnolia Tank Farm project, we were all on board to support this. We do know that especially service industry workers in Orange County have an incredibly hard time finding affordable housing, finding housing that is close to their places of work. And we all know the dignity that comes with housing and being able to not spend 2-3 hours of your life commuting every day. So with 20% of the Magnolia Tank Farm being set aside for workforce and affordable housing, it was definitely a no-brainer for our organization to support this. We believe that there will be no negative impact on the coast. It will bring in more equitable housing for the people of Orange County. And we really urge the Coastal Commission to take this up. It's a matter of environmental equity. It's a matter of housing equity. And if we want to make sure that California's coasts are accessible to everybody, even the diverse communities of Orange County, projects like the Magnolia Tank Farm are critical in doing that. So urge you to get this on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're still unable to find Long Pham, who dropped out of the meeting. I'm going to call the other names that we're unable to find. If you hear your name, please raise your hand. If you're on phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. Eileen Boken, Despina Crassa, Cedric Farmer, Kurt Canfield, and Long Pham. If you've heard your name, please raise your hand. Again, that's Eileen Boken, Despina Crassa, Cedric Farmer, Kurt Canfield. Okay, I'm seeing no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you to all of the members of the public that commented today. I'd like to turn it to the commission and ask if there are any questions or comments. Yes, Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what a treat to be here in my newish hometown, Crescent City. Now, I guess now you guys have seen why I moved here. I think today was a perfect example of once you come here and see it in this bright, beautiful sky. It's just one of the most magical and beautiful wild places on earth. So I'd say that as Californians, we're all blessed to have this jewel within our borders, and it's a real privilege to be able to be here as a commissioner and try to protect the natural environment, but also the very resilient communities that live here up in the North Coast. As many of you know, I've been sort of migrating north my whole life, not by my choice, not by my personal choice at first. This is the first time ever chosen to pick a place where to live, because this is where I want to be. And it's I was in LA, so this place has sort of been allowed my family to find sort of a healing space for our lungs, for our minds, from coming from the bustling and polluted cities, and also to sort of clear my perspective about what kind of adult I wanted to be moving forward, what kind of leader I wanted to be, and what kind of environmentalist I want to be. So it's been quite a privilege, and thank you to the Elk Valley Rancheria for hosting us. This is quite a room, I would say, so far in the 6 years I've been on. This is my favorite room so far. Congratulations. I will remember this forever. And thank you to the mayor and score of Crescent City, and everyone, of course, who came and took time today to speak. I wanted to sort of, in response to public comment, I'll start with just sort of what is giving me some acid reflux from the outrage is the Newport Beach mooring issue. You know, obviously this is, I haven't seen coverage by like the Orange County Register. These allegations of corruption are really concerning, but especially from our perspective, what is our enforcement team? What are we able to do to stop this from happening? This is, I mean, it is truly a huge disparity and injustice in space. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Escalante. Yeah, since last meeting, when this was first raised in front of the commission, staff has immediately jumped in and trying to figure out what's going on, what our role is here. And so I'm going to turn it over to Carl Schwing to get a little bit of an update on where we are.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, since the last meeting, last hearing, we've had a number of conversations. At this point for us, we're in information gathering mode. We did meet with the city to get an overview of what was happening with this proposal. We've also recently met with the Mooring Association folks, and we heard much of what you heard about today from them as well, and they raised some good questions that we need to look into. The next step for us is we do have a meeting with the State Lands Commission so that we can touch base with them about what's happening, get their perspective on this case. Overall, the city, their general position is that the Newport Beach tidelands, they are the tidelands grant recipients. So they're responsible for managing the tidelands on behalf of the state. And in that tidelands grant, there is a requirement that any areas of water that are used, essentially for private purposes, that rent be charged at market rate, and that language is in the grant itself. So the city's general position has been what they're trying to identify is the appropriate market rate for these moorings. That's not the only matter on their agenda. They are responsible for rent collection in areas that have the permanent docks as well, and that is something they will also need to tackle. Let's see, as far as status of it, it's our understanding the city hasn't taken any final action on the rates. That will be coming up when the matter comes in front of the city council. I believe that's targeted for mid-June. So we're continuing to work on it. Once we've completed our consult with state lands, we'll be getting back together with staff to decide what our next steps are going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. And I really appreciate that our staff is engaging with the city at this level. And I encourage all of the public speakers to show up and express themselves at the city council level. I think that's incredibly important to all of this process. And we'll continue. We'll stay on this. I think we all agree that this is quite an inequity, and we need to make sure that this type of public access is protected. Second, Pebble Beach. I drove through Pebble Beach yesterday with some of the commissioners. I don't know if everybody has seen it. It blows your mind. It's just, once you drive up and down or walk or ride your bike up and down Pebble Beach in Crescent City, you never want to leave again. So, but of course, my first impression when I saw it as under the lens of a coastal commissioner was, this is going to be a lot of trouble. And how do we deal with this? We talk about managed retreat. We talk about public access to this precious coast. And as you will see, it's quite a tight space for a 2-lane road with very small bike lanes on both sides. And then the homes are right up against that. And most of those are vacation homes. So I do hope that we all will at some point kind of look at it while we're here, because it is going to be quite a challenge, because I know I don't think the gentleman from Public Works is here anymore, but I do appreciate that they're starting to engage now, because I think it is going to be a conversation about sea level rise and sort of where we're going to go from here. Obviously, there will be any kind of protection to the bluffs is going to lose Sandy Beach or Pebble Beach, right? So I would like to sit down with some of the county folks and understand a little better what they're thinking about in terms of that. I hear from the locals that they would love for that to be a pedestrian, passive mobility type of access, because actually in the summers it gets very congested. I know, tiny town, but it'll let the tourists come, and it gets very congested and unsafe. Tons of pedestrians walking. There aren't really like sidewalks. So I do think that this is the opportunity for the city or the county to re-envision this strip, which could actually be like a monumental asset for this, the tourism-based economy where we want to be. But we do, obviously there gonna have to be some cost and benefit to the thing and some sacrifices, and maybe redesigning and thinking differently. And unfortunately, we don't have 20, 30 years. This impacts of the sea level rise are happening really, really fast. I think Crescent City is seeing them every single winter. So the time is now to start really thinking clearly and ambitiously, realistically, about where we need to go with Pebble Beach Drive. So I look forward to those conversations. And lastly, of course, the big fight of road vehicles on snowy plover habitat, dune beach, which makes my blood boil. And, anybody, this county can ask whoever's friends of ripping their off-road vehicles in Oceano dunes how I feel about it. But I have very little tolerance for the kind of damage it causes. So I do appreciate the public's comments. I have been out there. I have actually once walked out there with my sister, and we were by ourselves and saw tire tracks right next to a little snowy plover nest, and it's been the first and only time I've ever seen them. So we'll get close to that spot, and hopefully you'll also have a chance to kind of walk towards that sandbar to the more secluded areas where you might be able to see some snowy plovers. So, but to that, obviously this is very illegal vehicle use on the beaches, but there's no signage. There's, anybody can get in there. So what can we, and I know it's not just Kellogg, it kind of goes all the way up to Point St. George.
Well, one, I would say it may be useful to have this conversation more while we're there tomorrow. Just okay. We're going to have a lot of folks there, and can talk about that a little bit more then. But I'm not positive that it is an illegal use in this location. So that's just one thing to note. There's a long enforcement history out at the site, and so there's a lot of complicating issues here. But I did want to point out, I'm just not sure that the OHV use is illegal here. So well, we can look into that a little bit more and think through what our role would be in that. And again, if anybody else has any other some of the North Coast staff may have some other information that I don't have, and we can think through that and present it tomorrow too.
And just to add to that briefly, we have there are a number of issues at Pacific Shores that have enforcement components. The dunes have not been one of the main focuses, and there are some legal uses out there or some not prohibited uses. We heard the comments about the sign being missing, and we think that gives us a bit of a hook, and we're going to address it. We've been trying to work collaboratively with the local owners, the county and the state parks, and we're going to follow up on that.
Thank you. And I do look forward tomorrow to the opportunity to talk to some of the local officials about some of that. So thank you. I'm done.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair Escalante. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Aguirre. Could you use Commissioner Cummings' mic, perhaps? I'm not sure what's happening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
I just want to again thank Chairman Miller for hosting us in this beautiful location. I also want to associate myself with the comments that Vice Chair made regarding the challenging situation with Pebble Beach Drive. I think you hit the nail on the head. We have to think outside the box and look at other ways to be to adapt to sea level rise. I couldn't help but think about a project that we're spearheading down in Imperial Beach, the Bayshore Bikeway Resiliency Project. Passive use, multimodal transportation. I think that's very important to take a look at. So I just want to mention that. I also wanted to ask staff if they've had an opportunity to look at the San Diego PMUP. There were some concerns raised that I know that's coming to us soon. So I just wondering if you can comment on that.
I would maybe ask Carl to give another update. I'm familiar with this, and yes, we are working on it actively, but Carl, do you have any status update?
Yes, our staff's been engaged with the port on the Port Master Plan amendment, working on its content over time. I think some of the concerns that were raised are ones that about these areas that aren't a part of this plan, is a concern we share with them. The Port Master Plan amendment hasn't, although we've been working on it, hasn't been submitted to us yet. That we do expect that sometime soon, and we'll be diving in on that as soon as it arrives. But that's all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to, considering it once it comes to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners have questions? I just want to make a couple comments with regard to the mooring issue. Mr. Schwing, I'm concerned about this idea of market rate as being the determining factor for access to public resources. If that were the case, goodness knows what people would pay for access to the beach all over the state. It's pretty high as it is in LA. So I just don't see that approach as being an acceptable one. And I'm really very concerned about the environmental justice implications of this sudden increase. Why now? Why suddenly? What's really behind it? I am going to have an ex parte to further discuss this with some of the people that are impacted by the mooring increases. But it seems to me, based on the evidence that was presented today, that it would be appropriate for not just enforcement action, but for that this kind of activity doesn't seem to me should be able to proceed without a CDP. So I know that all of the commission is concerned about this. I know our staff is concerned. So hopefully we're going to get, a plan of action in June.
If I might, through the chair, Carl, let me just respond first and then please add anything. I just want to, agree that we share all the concerns that you have, and we are trying to figure out what our options are. As Carl mentioned, the city's position is that they have to charge market rate. This is one of the reasons that it's really critical for us to meet with State Lands Commission to understand how they will approach it, because I think I agree with what you said. We have concerns about it, and access. It does provide access and access to folks that don't often get access in this way, and that's an important consideration. I imagine State Lands Commission staff will be similarly concerned, and so that's why it's important for us to meet with them and figure out how we approach this moving forward. So although we don't know exactly what that looks like yet, we share your concerns and are trying to figure out what our role is here and what exactly that'll look like. So just wanted to make that very clear. I don't know, Carl, if you have anything else to add.
No, that's exactly what I was going to mention. So thank you.
Thanks so much. I know we'll look forward to hearing about what occurs in the next couple of weeks. Commissioner Kunkel?
Thank you, Chair Hart, and I'll keep it short. I want to let coastal staff communicate directly with State Lands Commission staff, but I just wanted to clarify that the market rate mentioned is for private use of public tidelands. So that's not for the public to access tidelands. It's to ensure that we all have access to the tidelands. I know that the controller is certainly concerned about the inequitable charges, specifically between the mooring rates and the docking rates, and State Lands has been in communication with the city. So I hope that we have an update for you by the next meeting.
Thanks so much, and that's a great point. It is, in this case, it's a private use, although it's a little unusual, you know, because of the location. All right, not seeing any other comments or questions. I'm gonna recommend that we take a short break. It's 11 o'clock or almost 11 o'clock. Why don't we come back at 10 after 11? All right, folks. We're returning from our break, and we have a quorum, sort of. No, we have a quorum. All right, we'll now turn to the Executive Director's Report, item 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My published Executive Director Report can be found on the Commission's website, but I'll spend a few minutes now going over these items. So first up, on April 29th, I joined an informational hearing held in Sacramento by the Senate Transportation Subcommittee on Low Sand Rail Corridor Resiliency. So related to some of the comments we heard this morning in San Clemente. I had the pleasure of participating on a panel along with Commissioner Calfee and a representative from the State Transportation Agency to speak about the state's role in managing and planning for the future of the Low Sand Corridor. We were joined by a second panel composed of representatives from the City of San Clemente, the Orange County Transportation Authority, the Low Sand Agency, and MetroLink, who spoke about management and planning for the rail corridor from the local perspective. One consistent theme among all the speakers on both panels was the importance of collaborative advanced planning across all levels of government toward a resilient future for the Low Sand Corridor. I also had the opportunity as part of my presentation to inform the subcommittee about the Coastal Commission's critical infrastructure guidance and to discuss the importance of pursuing multi-benefit adaptation projects that maintain the reliability of the rail line as well as public access to the beaches along the corridor. Next, on April 18th, Commission staff convened a roundtable discussion involving representatives from the City of San Diego and the Mayor's Office, as well as various nonprofit organizations to address access permitting challenges in San Diego beaches, at San Diego beaches. As you have heard in several public comments over the last year, the existing permitting process for nonprofits offering water-oriented recreational programs has proven to be cumbersome and inaccessible, particularly for smaller organizations. These challenges have been further compounded by the ongoing Tijuana River pollution crisis, which has forced nonprofit groups serving underserved youth in Imperial Beach to relocate their operations to San Diego beaches. During the meeting, nonprofits shared their challenges with the program, and the commission staff asked the city to find immediate and long-term solutions to this pressing access issue. San Diego City staff pledged to actively seek solutions to expand the number of available dates for impacted nonprofits this summer, with a target completion date before June. The city also committed to enhancing its permitting procedure for the following year and to sustain ongoing roundtable discussions to address coastal access issues. We are hopeful that this meeting helps to break through some of the logjam and ensure these organizations have ready access to the beach to run their programs. Next, on April 11th through 13th, staff from Commission's North Coast District, Statewide Planning Unit, and Technical Services, as well as Commissioner Wilson, I believe, participated in the Humboldt Bay Symposium, an event convened every 2 years to provide the public, local governments, state and federal agencies, tribal governments, and other community stakeholders an opportunity to hear directly from experts about the latest developments on a variety of timely topics related to Humboldt Bay. The theme of this year's event, hosted by Coastal Ecosystems Institute of Northern California, was Humboldt Bay in Transition, Navigating Change and Growth. And sessions and panels focused on climate change, climate equity, sea level rise, ecology, restoration, fisheries, aquaculture, offshore wind, and port development. On May 3rd, Statewide Transportation Program Manager Peter Allen participated in a moderated panel discussion among regional transportation agency executives focused on transportation leadership in addressing the impacts of climate change as part of the anniversary awards event, Calmentor Anniversary Rewards event, with a keynote address by Caltrans Director Tony Tavares. Next, I wanted to let the Commission know about 3 new guidance documents that Commission staff sent out to our local government partners this past Monday. The topics of environmental justice and meaningful engagement, smart growth, and electric vehicle charging stations. These new resources are intended to help local governments in their planning and permitting efforts related to these topics. And the guidance documents can all be found on the Commission's recently upgraded webpage for local government resources. This work was done with support of federal grant funding and represents great team effort amongst the Commission's Environmental Justice Unit, Statewide Planning Unit, Statewide Transportation Unit, and our NOAA Coastal Management Fellow. Next up, a few announcements from our public education program. So first, staff participated in several events during Earth Month, visiting with the public to let them know about the Commission's stewardship, beach cleanup, and grant programs. We also attended the Los Angeles Sanitation District's Earth Day event, Whale Fest Monterey, and Stay Classy Oceanside Earth Day, which is part of I Love a Clean San Diego's Creek to Bay cleanup series. Vivian Maddock, the Boating Clean and Green Program Manager, participated in a radio interview from the Boating Hour with Captain Rick to talk about the Dock Walker program. And you can check out that interview at the link in my written report. The Boating Clean and Green program partnered with the Bay Foundation to conduct 3 Dock Walker trainings in April, an in-person training on the 13th in San Diego, and virtual trainings on the 11th and 25th. On April 12th, the program partnered with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Office of Spill Prevention and Response on an oil spill response communication workshop for boating facilities, which was held at Coronado Yacht Club and virtually. And on May 2nd, program staff conducted a clean boating seminar at the Barbary Coast Boat Club in Oakland. Next, I wanted to provide a few commissioner and staff updates. This past month, we celebrated Margaret Chu's retirement. Margaret has dedicated an impressive 40 years of service to the Coastal Commission. As our accounting manager, Margaret has exemplified fiscal integrity, professionalism, and hard work. She also inspired and mentored many of our staff, leaving a lasting impact on our organization. As Margaret embarks on her well-deserved retirement, we extend our deepest gratitude for her years of service and wish her a future filled with joy, relaxation, and many travel adventures. So thank you for your service, Margaret. In April, staff participated as a host agency in the 2024 NOAA Coastal Management Fellowship Matching Workshop process, represented by Ashley Reineman. After multiple rounds of interviews, staff were pleased to match with its new incoming fellow, Margaret Campbell. Margaret hails from San Diego and comes to the Commission with a master's in fishery science from Oregon State University. Margaret will be integrated as a core member of the offshore wind and environmental justice teams to help advance the agency's effort on offshore wind, including playing a central role in the team's work on monitoring, research, and mitigation approaches. Staff are thrilled to welcome Margaret to the team in early August for her 2-year placement. And we'll make sure to get her in front of the Commission at some point soon. And last month, some sad news. We lost another heroic coastal champion, former Huntington Beach Mayor Shirley Detloff. As her longtime friend Linda Moon told the LA Times, she died with her boots on, active and engaged in civic issues around coastal protection, affordable housing, and civil liberties to the end. She was a member of the League for Coastal Protection. Her efforts to save Bolsa Chica wetlands inspired her to become a founding member of the Migos de Bolsa Chica in 1976, the same year the Coastal Act was passed. The Amigos grew into one of the most effective environmental organizations in Orange County and was instrumental in preventing the destruction of the wetlands against overwhelming odds with principled science-based advocacy that set the stage for the successful restoration to a fully functioning tidal marsh. Shirley went on to run for city council and was serving as mayor when she was appointed by the Senate Rules Committee to the Coastal Commission in 1998. She was a critical voice in the historic vote to preserve the Hearst Ranch the following year and was respected as a kind, measured, dignified voice of reason on the commission. On behalf of the commission, I want to acknowledge Shirley's lasting contributions to coastal protection and express our condolences to her family and her community. In my written report, I've included a link to a wonderful video that features Shirley and the amigos to Bolsa Chica. I recommend you check it out. Finally, I wanted to mention 2 items that did not make it onto the written report. First, a quick update on the budget situation. On April 29th, the Department of Finance issued a budget letter freezing one-time funding provided in Section 2 of the Budget Acts of 2021, 2022, and 2023. The funds that have been frozen include those for the Coastal Commission's LCP grant program, as well as our whale tail grant program. So therefore, additional awards moving forward from these programs will be paused until future notice. And finally, last week, Commission staff received notice that the American Longboard Association which is a organization out of Huntington Beach, intended to ban transgender women from competing in the women's division in a May 11th surf competition in Huntington Beach. This would not be consistent with the public access, recreation, and environmental justice policies of the Coastal Act, as well as other state and federal laws, nor is it consistent with the International Surfing Association's policy regarding competition for transgender athletes. Yesterday morning, I was finally able to speak to the event sponsor, who committed to allowing transgender athletes to compete pursuant to the international standards, providing an inclusive and safe competition for all competitors. We were relieved and happy to hear this, and this conversation was followed up yesterday afternoon with a letter to the association to memorialize this understanding and document the Commission's position for future surf competitions. I want to thank the American Longboard Association for its cooperation and wish all competitors a safe and successful event. So, Madam Chair, that concludes my Executive Director's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks so much. Is there any public comment on that?
Yes, we have one public commenter, Steve Ray.
All right, Mr. Ray.
And then Steve Ray, he's
2
on
minutes,
Zoom today.
please.
And when you're able to, please unmute yourself. Steve, you're in as a panelist. Are you able to unmute yourself? Oh, there, I see you.
There he is.
On.
Here I am. Am I there?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Steve Ray. I'm calling in today. Sorry I couldn't be with you up there in Crescent City. I'd love to be there, but I have to be elsewhere. I'm calling to thank Dr. Hucklebridge for mentioning Shirley Detloff in her Executive Director's report. I met Shirley in the 1970s when I saw a little sign saying "Save Bolsa Chica" and a phone number. And out of curiosity, after seeing it for several days, I called that number, and Shirley Detloff answered her home phone number and explained to me what Bolsa Chica was and how they were trying to save it. Invited me to come to a meeting, and I did, and I became one of the earliest members of the Amigos de Bolsa Chica. And Shirley and I, to this day, have remained totally involved in Bolsa Chica. It was a great success, saving Bolsa Chica. It is truly one of the great gems along the California coast. And Shirley Detloff, when she was a commissioner, had the honor of making the motion at the Coastal Commission hearing to save the Bolsa Chica. Truly the greatest honor of her life, she said. Shirley was one of those rare people that just never seemed to run out of energy or life force and kept us going and going all the time. She was a rarity in Orange County, a registered Democrat who got elected to public office. She was on the city council in Huntington Beach for many, many terms, and she served as mayor for several terms. She was a force of nature. She will be truly missed by her family, her friends, and all of those who had the pleasure of working with her. Thank you very much for honoring her memory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. All right, so thank you very much for that wonderful comment. Bring it back to the commission, ask if there are any questions or comments. Commissioner Notoff.
Well, Mr. Ray took the words out of my mouth, but I had
I got to work with Shirley Detloff years ago when we first set up the League for Coastal Protection. And she was a real breath of fresh air in that region of the coast at the time. And I'm very sorry to hear of her passing, but she sure did a lot of great work while she was here.
Thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Geary? Yes. Does it work?
Quick comment. I just really want to thank Dr. Palkovic for your efforts regarding the American Mongol Association. I think that is absolutely appalling and unacceptable to discriminate, especially on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. So I strongly encourage that association to continue to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion when it comes to access. Thank you for those.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, now we'll turn to that concludes the director's report. Turn to the legislative report. Ms. Christie.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is your legislative report for the month of May. The policy committees in Sacramento are done hearing bills that were introduced in the first house, which means most of the bills that the commission is tracking are now in the appropriations committees. These committees will hold their final hearings next week, which will determine what bills advance to the floor for a full House vote. At that point, Senate bills will move to the Assembly, and Assembly bills will move to the Senate, which means we're about midway through the 2024 legislative session. As Sean Drake reported last month, the 3 Senate housing bills, SB 951 by Senator Wiener and SB 1077 and 1092 by Senator Blakespear, have all been amended to address the author's policy concerns through alternative approaches that don't undermine the Coastal Act. The Commission has now formally removed its opposition to all 3 bills, which are currently in the Senate Appropriations Committee on the suspense file. The 4th housing bill, AB 2560 by Assemblyman Alvarez, was amended more recently. As introduced, AB 2560 would have exempted all density bonus projects from the Coastal Act. It was amended in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee to narrow the Coastal Act exemptions to specific areas of the coastal zone, corresponding roughly to the same geographic areas described by 423 last year. In other words, density bonus projects in areas of the Commission's original jurisdiction would still be subject to the Coastal Act. But in areas with certified LCPs, the Coastal Act would only apply to density bonus projects if they are located in areas subject to 5 feet of sea level rise or within 300 feet of a bluff edge, 100 feet from a wetland, on prime ag soils, or within designated sensitive coastal resource areas. Density bonus projects in all other areas covered by a certified LCP would be exempt from the Coastal Act and from specific LCP policies. I know that's kind of a lot to wrap your head around, but hopefully if you have some recollection of SB 423 last year, you have a mental map in your head of where the Coastal Act would and would not apply. Unfortunately, this would mean that those local governments who have proactively amended their LCPs to harmonize coastal policies with density bonus law would no longer be able to rely on those policies, regardless of how successfully they're being implemented. The overall effect of this approach would be to create a series of coastal zone cutouts where the Coastal Act simply no longer applies to density bonus projects, which, by definition, do not have to comply with the objective zoning standards and are not subject to any discretionary policies. So, for instance, in areas designated by the bill, local governments would not be able to require buffers or mitigation measures for impacts to public access or ESHA. Similarly, analysis of flood hazards may not include the additional sea level rise considerations required under the Coastal Act. We predict this is going to result in more questions, confusion, and delay. The Commission still remains opposed to 2560 because, in addition to the likelihood of unfortunate unintended consequences associated with specific projects, this bill sets a worrisome precedent for the future. We continue to suggest an alternative approach that would instead require local governments to update their LCPs to specify how density bonus law would be harmonized with their coastal policies. This approach is working well in the communities that have already done so, such as Santa Cruz and Long Beach, which incidentally have been designated as pro-housing cities by the state after successfully integrating density bonus law into their coastal plans. AB 2560 is currently on the floor of the Assembly. Moving on from housing measures, AB 2939 by Assemblymember Rendon, the Group Equity Access Bill, which the Commission voted to support last month, passed unanimously out of the Assembly Local Government Committee and is now in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. AJR 12, the Tijuana River Valley Cross-Border Pollution Measure by Assemblymember Alvarez, which the Commission also supports, is now in the Senate, awaiting a hearing in the Environmental Quality Committee. This resolution in support of President Biden's supplemental funding request also urges him to declare a national state of emergency. It has been amended to add 68 co-authors and has received unanimous support so far. AB 2197 by Assemblymember Addis, which would reauthorize the Commission's Coast and Ocean Tax Checkoff Program, has also enjoyed unanimous approval so far and is now in the Senate, where it will be heard by the Rev and Tax Committee in coming weeks. AB 3238 by Assemblymember Garcia, a sweeping renewable energy bill that touches several different statutes, was heard and amended in 3 different policy committees last month. As originally introduced, AB 3238 would have vested the Energy Commission with all regulatory and siting authority over renewable energy transmission and storage facilities, effectively preempting the Coastal Act. In its 3rd hearing, the author accepted amendments proposed by the Assembly Natural Resources Committee that removed this section of the bill, which effectively preserves the Commission's existing authority. That bill is now in the Appropriations Committee. And finally, AB 3192 by Assemblyman Merritt Succi, which addresses Coastal Act violations at major coastal resorts and would have required the Commission to conduct biannual audits of those resorts to monitor and enforce CDP conditions, as well as adherence to other laws. That bill has been amended to instead require the Commission to develop and maintain a list of qualified contractors to conduct those audits, which would then be paid for by the hotels and posted on their website. The new language would clarify that various other departments are responsible for enforcing their own statutes, not the Coastal Commission, and also would require the Commission to impose administrative penalties for any violations exposed by the audits. This raises new questions and fiscal concerns that the Coastal Commission will be addressing if the bill moves forward. Madam Chair, that concludes my report unless there's any questions from commissioners.
All right, first let me ask if there's any public comment.
Hello. Yes, we have 3 speakers for this item.
Okay.
First, it'll be Christopher Peterson, followed by Mike Ferreira, and then Robin Rudisil. Give us a moment as Christopher Peterson is rejoining the meeting as a panelist. When you're able to, please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Christopher Peterson. I urge the Commission to reconsider its blanket opposition to AB 2560, which addresses density bonus projects in the coastal zone. The current snafu in Half Moon Bay illustrates why. An affordable housing organization has applied to build a 100% affordable apartment building for senior farm workers. It would be located on a site in downtown Half Moon Bay that has no sensitive resources, is inland of Highway 1 and almost a mile from the shoreline, and is within easy walking distance of a wide range of amenities. In other words, exactly the kind of project we should be encouraging in the coastal zone. Project opponents have nonetheless succeeded in tying up the project before the local planning commission. They are raising the typical complaints of multifamily housing opponents everywhere: size, community character, parking, and traffic. Because the LCP addresses these issues, the opponents have a plausible argument under current law that the city has the authority to require project changes that might significantly delay or even kill the project. My written comments include a brief city staff report and 2 news articles that provide more detail about the situation. The squalid living conditions of farm workers in the Half Moon Bay area were exposed in the aftermath of the mass murder of farm workers there last year. It is unconscionable for the Coastal Act to be abused the way it's being abused in this situation. The Commission should support legislation that would put an end to such abuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mike Ferreira, and then Robin Rudisell.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chair Hart, and staff. I elected to address this issue because I'm speaking as a former planning commissioner and former city council member of the city of Half Moon Bay. Currently, I am the chair of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, but I take particular exception to the 2 articles that are referenced by the prior speaker, in that the shootings did not happen in the city of Half Moon Bay. They happened outside the city of Half Moon Bay on properties governed by the county, and do not in any way reflect the treatment of Half Moon Bay toward farm workers. In fact, just yesterday, the county approved $6 million in contracts for the creation of between 40 and 50 farm worker housing on city property on the Stone Pine. And this is being moved forward in an area that is walkable to where the shootings were, but it's within the city, and the city is giving up its own property to do that. The city is doing the same thing on the project that was referred to by the previous speaker. And the Planning Commission has had very little time to discuss this because the meetings were flooded mostly with project supporters. And there has never been one word from any of the planning commissioners about reducing the count from 40. Well, there I went and used up the time, I guess. So thank you for hearing me on this.
Thank you. And then Robin Rudisell, we understand that you've been approved for 3 minutes for this item.
Thank you very much. I think it's important for you to know about a very concerning April 22nd Assembly Natural Resources Committee hearing for AB 2560. I think it was the bill sponsor who riled up the committee members by saying there was a project in Venice for 30 units that was overturned by the Coastal Commission because it was inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. They also said something about a for sale option for the affordable units, so I was able to deduce that the project they were talking about was the 8-unit Pisani project, which you heard in February. Several of the assembly members were apoplectic that the Coastal Commission would deny such a project for that reason. Patterson was angry. Pellerin was really concerned. Flora was furious. Wood said he was really puzzled by this and added that his blood pressure was going through the roof. Friedman said, "Are you telling me this 30-unit project was denied by the Coastal Commission because the building was too fancy?" And so on. The committee was seriously misled, upset, and confused. Needless to say, I was appalled that someone would give such a factually incorrect representation, clearly designed to unjustifiably attack the commission, and it seemed like a setup. I felt I had to try to correct the record, so I wrote to Committee Chair Brian with the facts and asked him to let the other committee members know, and I wrote to their staffs as well. My letter clarified that it was 8 units, not 30. There were no affordable units added, and that you did not deny the project. You declared substantial issue, allowing the problems to be worked out on de novo. I told them that while it's true you mentioned community character in determining substantial issue, it was for 2 main reasons. One, the city failed to make the required findings that the project is the least environmentally damaging alternative and related to harmonizing the density bonus incentives and coastal resource impacts. And two, concerns about the social impacts of community character, including that the low-income tenants currently live in 600 square foot units and the replacement units would be significantly smaller and located below grade, versus the 4 3-bedroom and 1 2-bedroom market rate units. The Commission's decision was also supported by its EJ policy as well as by the Fair Housing Act regarding the clustering of low-income units within a development. It's disturbing that these legislators were given false information that influenced them and is also influencing the press and social media platforms, which are grossly distorting the reality of the Coastal Commission's process, as well as mischaracterizing the real housing problems in the coastal zone. I hope there is something more that can be done to help quash the false information that's circulating in an attempt to garner support for AB 2560 and demonize the Coastal Commission. Please help. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers for this item.
Thanks so much, Ms. Rudisil, for that summary of really, quite a disturbing hearing. Do you have any comments, Ms. Christie, or was that sufficient?
Just very quickly, I did want to let the commissioners know that after we figured out what the bill sponsor was, the project he was alluding to, we did make some rounds to some of the more concerned committee members and let them know that the project had been mischaracterized. And if I might, Chair Hart, just very quickly, I think the other two speakers, I'm not familiar with the details of the project in Half Moon Bay, but I do want to make the point that while they're both coming from different ends of the spectrum, they're both supporting the point that the way to facilitate these kinds of density bonus projects in the coastal zone is for cities and counties to amend their LCPs to specify how density bonus is going to be implemented in the coastal zone. Because if that were to happen, as it has happened in Santa Cruz and Long Beach and some other places, applicants would have a better idea of how to craft their density bonus incentives that they select for their project to get to those desired levels of density in a way that's going to be easily approved by both the local government and or the Coastal Commission if it's on appeal. So I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, thanks so much. I have a comment on that, but first I'll turn to my fellow commissioners, ask if there are any comments on the ledge report. All right, seeing none of you do have a comment? Yep.
And only because I haven't gone deep into the details of AB 2560, but I was just wondering, does it also have the same exemption for equestrian zones, districts that SB 423 had that seemed to not bother housing advocates?
No, the equestrian zones were not carried through in this version.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Oh, sure, Vice Chair.
I was not going to speak, but I feel the fire. So just in very general terms, as we kind of move forward and I'm reflecting on all of this, I'm definitely perturbed, disturbed, bothered, angered by what was said at this hearing, the misrepresentation. I think we kind of feel like we're all on the same team trying to move the state forward in an equitable and sustainable way. So it's incredibly unfortunate that that is happening and that leaders are letting themselves be swayed by some of those narratives. And I hope that we have the opportunity in the media to counter that, of course. But just most importantly, because I feel like, again, we're kind of fighting each other. It's a circular firing squad on this matter, is that the wisdom of all these statutes, whether state or federal, whether CEQA or NEPA or Clean Air Act or Clean Water Act or the Coastal Act, all of these things came about as a reaction of our society towards the mindless development that was coming across the state. So I would encourage all of our friends in this circular shooting squad to reflect upon kind of what the legacy has been of all of these laws, why they have been on the books in the first place, and how important it is for us to protect those environmental protections and laws. to move forward into this very uncertain future of climate change. So that was just, I don't want to kind of pick specifically on any special bill or member, but that was my 2 cents. Thank you, Ms. Christie, for all your work.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Any other comments, Commissioner Notoff? And I just want to, tag on here, and that is that I think that we need to always keep in mind when we're talking with members of the public and with legislators and remind them of how the Coastal Act came about as a citizens initiative. And it's the people of California who spoke at an unusually consistent and high percentage of passing the Coastal Initiative in 1972 that led to the Coastal Act in 1976. And so it's really the people's law that the commission has the honor of carrying out. And I think that kind of grassroots public support is something that we need to always keep our eye on and remind people of. Thanks so much. Commissioner Rice.
Local governments don't necessarily recognize and really thinking to their communities with regards to the public access, not just what they develop, potentially take them away for access and for environmental impacts. I think the access needs to but I think where we might have the little tone deaf, actually understanding the heavy lift that it is to different jurisdictions. We talk about and I don't know what the ground for that is, but I would like to be able to have talking points seems to be important. For the long term, to a local jurisdiction. Of potential loss of public access, that loss of control that's reasonable control and also ensures, the public amenities exist forever, versus taking the action to do the lift to amend the LCP. And then to that, and I'm not a planner and don't know the degree to which the cost of time, staff, intricacy in terms of detail in a community process, what that lift looks like for a local government to make that amendment to harmonize and figure out how they're going to deal with these density bonus laws. But if you could direct us as representatives of local government towards either model ordinances or processes, or even connect us with communities that seem to have been able to pull this off rather quickly, I think that would be helpful. But I think what I'm just trying to make the point that local government is in a tight spot and doesn't necessarily have the latitude to act as quickly as we might like to.
Thank you for that observation, Commissioner Rice. I think certainly every local government member on this commission and who might be listening to the meeting today would agree with you that it is a commitment and a lift, and a potentially heavy and expensive lift for local governments to update their LCPs. But I would note that there are a number of local governments who have voted to harmonize density bonus law with coastal policies. But we would note that there are several local governments who have already done so already. And I just was checking in with Kate. There might be enough of a body of amendments, successful amendments that have passed this commission, that we might be able to have our statewide planning unit take a look at those and see if we might be able to come up with some guidance for local governments that has some sample language in it. Of course, every LCP is unique and every community is going to want to craft it, to meet their needs. But I think having a bit of a roadmap, could be helpful. As with everything with the Coastal Commission, our staffing levels don't match our ambition very well, but we could definitely talk about putting that type of guidance in the queue, assuming that we still have authority over density bonus projects by the end of this legislative session, which is not a foregone conclusion.
Hear that. And I think, and to that point, I don't know if the bill sponsor is amenable to further conversations, but if I'm remembering correctly, there are oftentimes ability to work timelines into bills that, frankly, allow time before the hammer falls, as it were, and separately. But I think it's important for the commission to acknowledge and staff to acknowledge generally. Projects, really good projects, can get killed by, death by 1,000 cuts. And how do we help to the degree that we can, either through influencing legislation or otherwise, streamline a process? Because there are people, there are entities, there are organizations that will try to kill projects that they don't like, and often out of using that word character with the community. So I think it's important for us to acknowledge that process can kill projects, and how do we help as the commission move really good projects forward without undermining the integrity of what California residents generally want to uphold, and that is the protections that the Coastal Act provides and access. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just had one thought, is that it's great to see the executive director report said he sent out guidance on environmental justice, EV charging, and smart growth. Well, density bonuses could be part of the smart growth piece there. So maybe we could put that in there.
Thank you. I have a question, then I have a couple comments. Ms. Christie, first of all, on AB 2560, can you just talk for a second about, so a density bonus project, putting aside the 423, the SB 423 amendment, that included those items, would density bonus projects allow, sort of put aside buffer limitations, height limitations, public access limitations? So everyone talks a lot about protecting California from a Miami Beach approach, where large buildings are blocking access, views, etc. Density bonus projects, and I could be mistaken, and I'm hoping to get a little more information from you, provide for some percentage, maybe it's 10%, or maybe slightly more, of affordable housing in exchange for basically quite a significant addition, or the ability to avoid complying with the kind of restrictions that protect the coast. Would that be more or less accurate, or am I missing something there?
Yeah, I'm happy to discuss that. I don't want to, present myself as an expert on density bonus law. It's a very complex body of law, and it changes every year. But the way the law is structured is that if a project proponent agrees to include a certain number of affordable units, and there's a range from low to very low to moderately low, and the percentages of the units that you're required to provide changes based on what type of affordable units you're providing. But there's a calculation, and you can figure that out. And if a proponent agrees to provide a certain percentage of that type of housing, they get to exceed the density limit of that zoning by a corresponding percentage. And then the project proponent, the applicant, then has the opportunity to build that additional density in exchange for the affordable units. They then can select which standards in the general plan or the LCP that they don't want to comply with in order to meet that greater density that's higher, that has a higher number than what the site is otherwise zoned for. That selection process is entirely on the applicant. So the local government can't say, oh, no, you can't have that one. That it's entirely on the applicant to select which standards they don't want to comply with, and that in order to accommodate the density. So that could be, additional height. It could be, waiving the setback requirements, either from the lot lines or from the other, amenities on the site, whether it's a wetland or a public access way or whatever. They can selectively choose to differentiate from the floor area ratio. In other words, the size of the units that would need to be provided. Parking standards are frequently chosen to be waived. There's a whole host of things that they can selectively not comply with, which is why we say density bonus projects by definition do not meet the standards of the LCP or the general plan, but that's by design. So what the status currently in the coastal zone is, because there is a Coastal Act savings clause in density bonus law that specifies you can add your density and you can select these waivers and incentives, but not in a way that supersedes or overrides the Coastal Act.
Right.
So that gives local governments some flexibility when these projects are coming forward, when they're being designed and applied for. They could say, oh, no, you have to still, you can accommodate your density in another way. You can go a little bit higher, but you can't encroach on that wetland buffer. You can exceed the setback requirements, but you can't encroach out into the public right-of-way, which was a project that came before you not that long ago. So there is some flexibility currently in density bonus law to allow for coastal resources to be considered. And the commission has repeatedly advised local governments that so long as there's no major coastal resource impact associated with the project, you can exceed your height limit. You can exceed your setbacks. That's not gonna trigger a inconsistency with the Coastal Act.
Right.
But it's that sort of gray area of how much is too much, or how high is too high, or whatever, that we understand makes applicants a little, wary of what the process is going to.
Thanks. That's a great. I don't want to. I just want to make a couple points with regard to that. I mean, in my mind, and this bill would be an exemption to the Coastal Act. Would be. It's really, of all the bills that we've seen and dealt with in this session and prior sessions, I mean, this is an exemption bill, which sort of rises to another level, that the Coastal Act would no longer be applicable. So to me, this attempt to undermine the Coastal Act in the face of what Commissioner Noddoff just talked about, this clear statement by the voters of the state of California that the coastal protection, to not have Miami at the coast of California, to be able to access the coast, to be able to see the ocean, these things are so important to Californians. And I'm, based on polls I've seen, up to 90% of people in California saying the coast is critically important to them and they need to access the coast. And I just also want to point to another a study that was done by UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara, and Tulane by 3 experts from those universities, analyzing what is it that voters want in California. Do they want market rate housing that will produce some affordable housing? Is that what they want? Because that's sort of the movement that we've seen. Or do they want a real focus on affordable housing? And we've seen the commission never rejecting an affordable housing project. This is what people want to see. That is not, unfortunately, what density bonus projects bring. They create a huge threat to the coast and the benefit that the people of California voted for and want to see not protected. And so that's why I'm so supportive of the effort, the commission's position in opposition to this bill. I think it's really potentially very harmful to the coast. So thanks so much. Don't see anything else on the ledge report. I know lunch is here. We could continue on a look to my fellow commissioners. Also, did you have any comments, Commissioner Cummings? I know you were out. You good? Okay, great. Thanks so much. Yeah. So with the commissioners, what is your desire? Do you want to continue, have lunch? I'm just looking around, looking like a lunch. Okay. Is 45 minutes good for everyone? Okay, so we'll return approximately at 12:50. Thank you. Hello, commissioners. Hello. Thank you, Vanessa. That was awesome. All right, we have a quorum. All right, we're going to resume the meeting. The next item is the commission remote participation. Do you want to?
Sure, I can explain. The Bagley-Keene Act allows a commissioner who's participating remotely to count towards the quorum of commissioners necessary to conduct business. If there is a physical or mental disability that does not allow the commissioner to participate in person. So we are asking today if the commissioner will vote to allow Commissioner Harmon to participate remotely and count towards the quorum due to the fact that she just had a baby, and under law that is considered a medical disability.
Did you say mental? No.
I just like, for me, I
wrap my head around that. Okay. All right. Do we need a motion on this?
Yes.
All right. Can we have a motion on item 6D?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Bochco and seconded by Wilson. I guess we have to vote. Or does Commissioner Herman vote on this?
She can vote on it. She doesn't count towards the quorum at the moment. And
all right. Why don't we just have a vote? So maybe we should just have a if anyone have a consensus vote, or
you can't because she's participating remotely.
Okay, so let's have a roll call vote, please, Vanessa. Or
Commissioner Aguirre. Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings. Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes, thank you all.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, great. So Commissioner Herman, you're now part of the quorum. I don't know if that's one of you or two of you, but definitely one of you. All right. All right. We'll move on to the administrative calendar. Items A and B. Are there any speakers on the administrative calendar?
No.
Do any commissioners want to remove an item on the administrative calendar? All right. The administrative calendar is approved. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Do we have a staff presentation on this item?
Thank you, Chair Hart. Item 8 is the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There's one item from San Diego County to demolish a single-family residence and construct a 3-unit multifamily residence.
Mr. Schwang, I was going to do you want to do 8A and then we'll do the removed from regular calendar?
Yeah, that's what I was doing, 8A.
Oh, you're just talking about 8A. Okay, thank you.
So there's just one item on the consent calendar, 8A. The conditions are acceptable to the applicants. There's no non-opposition, so staff recommends approval on consent calendar.
Thanks so much. Do we have any public comment on item 8A?
No.
All right, no public comment. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? Oh, we have a roll call vote again? Yeah, because of Commissioner Herman.
Who made the motion?
The motion was by Commissioner Bochco, I believe. Yeah. Who was the second? By Commissioner Cummings.
Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings. Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes, thank you.
The vote is unanimous.
Yes. Did you have an ex parte? Your mics aren't working. Okay, how are we going to deal with that, Billy? Oh, there we go, great. So if your phone's anywhere near it, that makes that sound. Yeah, it's weird. I had to turn mine off. All right, were there any, I forgot to ask, are there any ex partes on 8A? All right, great. So let's move on to item 9, the consent calendar removed from regular calendar. Do we have staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. So today we have 2 items from Humboldt County, 2 from Orange County, and 3 from San Diego County, and let me go over those. So item 11B, this is the CDP application for the Clanton residence on a bluff-top lot in Humboldt County. Item 11C, the CDP application for PG&E for a project to inspect and repair a gas transmission pipeline in Arcata. Item 13B, the City of Newport Beach's LCP amendment to address non-conforming residential density and side setbacks. Item 13C, this is a time extension for the 3-part City of Newport Beach LCP amendment that covers multiple topics, including short-term rentals. Item 18A, this is a time extension for the City of Oceanside's LCP amendment related to their downtown density caps. Item 18B, an LCP time extension for the City of Del Mar's amendment on Senate Bill 9 housing provisions. And then item 18D, time extension for the City of Imperial Beach's LCP amendment that also addresses SB 9 housing provisions among some other density bonus update issues. And there were some comments on a few of these items, so I do want to go over those. So on item 13B, the Newport Beach LCP amendment addressing nonconforming density and side yard setbacks, I'd note that staff did receive 1 letter from a member of the public commenting on specific details of the LCP amendment, largely having to do with the technical aspects of the code as they relate to the proposed side yard setbacks within 2 residential neighborhoods in the city. Staff reviewed those comments and consulted with the city and determined that the changes that were being suggested in the letter were not necessary to address IP inconsistencies. There is a more full explanation of the staff report in the addenda on this item. I also do want to take a moment to point out that the beneficial aspects of this proposed amendment with respect to housing in Newport Beach. As it stands now, the LCP would require sites that are non-conforming as to density to reduce the number of units on site when more than 50% remodel occurs. With the proposed change, existing non-conforming density would be retained even when there's a significant remodel to the structure. So this will allow preservation and some upgrades to higher density non-conforming residences that are important to preserve in order to address housing in Newport Beach. On item 13C, the LCP time extension for Newport Beach's LCP amendment that includes the short-term rentals component. There's 1 letter from Better Neighbors LA that's asking for certain information about short-term rentals in Newport Beach. Staff is forwarding that information request to the city. And as we turn to analyzing the substantive content of the amendment, the additional time we're asking for in this case will allow us to give further consideration to the information that Better Neighbors is seeking. On the LCP time extensions for items 18A, B, and D, I do want to note that these are housing amendments, largely to address density bonuses, SB 9, and ADU-related laws recently passed by the legislature. Staff has been working to prioritize these kinds of amendments, and we have no intention of using the full year that's allowed by the extension, but staff capacity does remain an issue. Also, additional time is needed to coordinate with HCD to ensure the proposed LCP provisions fully comply with state law. This coordination with HCD, while it will add more time to the whole review process, it will have the added benefit of ensuring that the policies satisfy HCD standards as well as the Coastal Act. In regard to the other matters to be moved to consent, I would note that those applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations, not aware of any opposition on those matters, and staff is recommending that the commission vote and approve these items per the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Schwing. Does anyone have an ex parte for any item on the consent calendar? All right. Is there public comment?
We just have a number of people available to speak.
All right, great. Does anyone want to remove an item on the consent calendar? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar in a second, please.
I move it.
I'll second it.
Moved by Notoff, second by Wilson. Can you have a vote, please?
I just wanted to note that of the 7 items that we've moved to consent, 5 of them have to do with housing density and the approval process. So this is just one more instance where the commission and the staff is working to facilitate those type of projects.
Commissioner Wilson.
And I just want to thank local staff here for taking the time to meet with me on the 2 that were moved to consent. So, thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion second.
Commissioner Cummings. Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, now we'll move on to the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District. And who will be doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'll be doing it today. Unfortunately, Director Gray came down with an illness, so.
I know, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's terrible.
But we're very happy to have you here in the North Coast, so thanks for being here. Item 10 is the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District, which includes 4 waivers, 5 immaterial amendments, and 1 CDP time extension. Staff is not aware of any opposition on these matters, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to this item, and we're available for questions.
All right, are there any speakers?
We just have 1 available for questions.
All right, did 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the Deputy Director's Report? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs, and we will move on to the next item, which is?
Yeah, the next item is item 10A. It's within the Deputy Director's Report, and we have a presentation from Caltrans. I'm going to turn this over to our Transportation Program Analyst, Abigail Strickland, to give the introduction and presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart, commissioners, and members of the public. The purpose of today's briefing is related to conditions imposed by the Commission and its approval of a coastal development permit for various safety improvements for the 6-mile-long Highway 101 corridor between Eureka and Arcata in Humboldt County. When this stretch of highway was created decades before the Coastal Act was enacted, it cut across Humboldt Bay tidelands and today stretches between the bay and diked former tidelands. Lands adjacent to the corridor are currently used for farming, open space, and in some areas, commercial, residential, industrial, and public facilities uses. One of the conditions imposed by the Commission requires Caltrans to develop a comprehensive sea level rise adaptation plan for this highway corridor by the end of 2025. A second condition requires Caltrans to monitor flooding and tidal elevations in the highly vulnerable corridor and to present this monitoring and a progress report on the adaptation plan to the Commission. We believe that Caltrans has made some good progress, though much work remains to be done. We do want to highlight that since the Commission imposed these requirements 5 years ago, there's been a significant shift within Caltrans District 1 organization to focus on sea level rise planning, including the creation of a brand new agency branch dedicated to climate change adaptation and the establishment of a technical advisory committee. District 1 was one of the first statewide to create such a dedicated branch. One long-term option Caltrans is considering is a hybrid approach to adaptation that involves a range of strategies, including options for raising the highway with bridges in key areas to restore connectivity to the Bay of Tidal Sloughs and marshlands east of the highway. But there are many challenges with this type of approach, and there's still a lot more planning and analysis to be done, as you'll hear about. So with that, we'd like to introduce Clancy, who is a senior specialist in the Climate Change Adaptation branch of District 1, where he's been working since its inception and is largely responsible for building up the program to what it is today.
Thank you for having me. My name is Clancy DeSmit, Senior Specialist with the Climate Adaptation Branch, Caltrans. I'm here to give you an update on the Comprehensive Adaptation and Implementation Plan for the Eureka-Arcata corridor. The Eureka-Arcata, next slide, please. The Eureka-Arcata corridor, shown here, consists of 5 component projects, including tie gate replacement, an undercrossing, acceleration and deceleration lanes, cable median barrier, and some bridge replacement. The Humboldt Bay Trail, which is an important part of the Great Redwood Trail, is shown here in blue. The trail will be complete in 2024, and there's still lots of work to do, lots of decades of planning. The corridor is critical because it is a primary transportation hub in Humboldt County. There are few alternate routes available. The corridor contains utility lines, recreational amenities, business and residential properties. Also, it is vulnerable given its proximity to Humboldt Bay. There's often only a few feet of freeboard. In some spots, the road elevation is as high as 12 feet and in other as low as 10. Next slide, please. As Abby discussed, there are 2 climate change related conditions, special conditions. One is the long-term monitoring. The second condition, and more importantly, is the Comprehensive Adaptation and Implementation Plan. The picture shown here is from overtopping that happened in winter of 2005, which was a result of king tides and storm surge. Next slide, please. So, as Abby also mentioned, the special conditions were the impetus for the establishment of the Climate Change Adaptation Branch. As a result, the district began a strong effort to increase awareness and public participation with community groups, coordination with local, state, federal, and tribal agencies. Also, we entered into a contract with Cal Poly Humboldt and local experts to complete technical studies on the corridor, which will help Caltrans determine the best solution and long-term plan for the Eureka-Arcata corridor. Next slide, please. Sometimes I feel like the person in this cartoon. So as we mentioned before, there are 2 special conditions. One was monitoring, and the other one is long-term planning. And another requirement is that we give an annual update to the commission. It's been since July 2022 since we've been here, so apologies for the delay. Next slide, please. As part of our reporting, we document the maximum monthly sea level yearly. Mean sea level for each reporting year is calculated using NOAA's Tides and Currents page. We also document any road closures due to flooding, impacts, and other coastal hazards to the corridor during the reporting period. And we update the progress on the CAIP. And finally, all of these reports are available publicly on our climate change website, which is called northcoastclimateaction.org. Next slide, please. So this slide's pretty busy. Basically, the takeaway here is that there's been no flooding during the reporting period for the 5 years. The y-axis shows the water elevation in terms of feet over the reporting period. The x-axis shows the north spit tide gauge in months. And so, like I said, there were no flooding events or storm surge events in the reporting period. However, the highest reported water elevation of 8.96 was observed in 12/27/2023. And the bar graph on the far right shows the storm surge event in 2005, which was approximately 9.55 feet. This elevation has not been observed since 2005. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We also monitor king tides using the 10 reference photo locations seen here. Caltrans staff documents king tide conditions from established reference points every winter. The green arrow indicates 2 locations I'll show you on the next slide. So on the left, you'll see the Jacoby Creek Bridge replacement, which was part of the Eureka-Arcata Improvement Project. The next picture shows the king tides from 2022 to 2024 in that same location. And of note is the most recent king tides did not coincide with a major storm event. However, There was a storm on January 13th, and we had favorable winds, so the winds were blowing in another direction, so we didn't suffer any critical infrastructure impacts. Next slide, please. So this picture shows the Humboldt Bay Trail. This is not a Caltrans facility. The Bay Trail construction along the corridor has commenced and has stopped erosion of the railroad bed near the California Redwood Company. And it should be noted that it's not our facility. You can see the erosion progressing in 2022 and 2023. It's a welcome sight after decades of planning for this new trail to see a positive sign along Humboldt Bay. Also, the Humboldt Bay Trail improves resilience because it's being built upon the railroad prism, which will give us further protection from sea level rise. Next slide. Special Condition 2 is the most important component that builds upon the monitoring and reporting of the annual report. Next slide. So here's a timeline of our progress to date and our plans moving forward. As you know, the CDP was issued in 2019. The information along the bottom of the timeline shows our monitoring and compliance with Special Condition 2. On the top of the timeline, you'll see our efforts to complete the CAIP as required by the special condition. Next slide. Now I'll focus more on the CAIP. The last update to the commission, as I said, was July 2022. However, this timeline doesn't accurately reflect the numerous meetings we've had with commission staff and other local agencies. A lot has happened since the last update. First, we spent 2 years planning public outreach and assessing our needs for a long-term plan. We determined that we needed more expertise, local expertise, to assist us with technical studies. It took more than a year to finalize the contract with Cal Poly Humboldt through the procurement process, and currently we're working with Cal Poly and their team of experts who are hydrologists, geomorphologists, and seismic hazard experts, and we've established a technical advisory committee which consists of stakeholders and local experts with representation from Humboldt County, the cities of Eureka and Arcata, coastal staff, and the Wiyot tribe. Next slide, please. So Cal Poly Humboldt's work is sort of twofold. They have a couple of tasks, and they're going to be a significant contributor to the CAIP. The first task will be to assess existing and anticipated conditions, including defining existing and projected hydrologic hazards, defining existing geologic hazards, and identifying potential impacted land use and infrastructure impacts. And the second task will be to analyze those impacts and help us develop alternatives. At the conclusion of their work, they will help us review conceptual designs, but I want to reiterate that Caltrans is in charge of the process and will ultimately decide what the plan is going forward, and we know that's our responsibility. Next slide, please. As outlined in the special conditions, Caltrans is exploring several adaptation strategies, from realignment to protect to accommodate, and the most promising, the hybrid strategy. The protect is the dashed yellow line, accommodate is the green dashed line, realignment or retreat is shown in red. The hybrid strategy is shown in light blue. At this time, all options remain on the table, including minor realignments, and the approach is also modular. Assuming the hybrid approach maintains a similar alignment, the number of parcels affected could range from 25 to over 100. Anticipated cost remains unspecified, and there is a large variation with the construction costs, and we hope to figure that out before we submit the final CAIP. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One more. For conceptual purposes only, we have included some pictures to illustrate what a hybrid approach could entail. The hybrid approach aims to be cost-effective and the least environmentally damaging alternative. By using a combination of adaptation strategies, the plan could enhance coastal access and improve surrounding habitat quality. If funding becomes available, a hybrid strategy would increase resiliency and enhance the surrounding area. Next slide, please. Focusing on the environmental benefits of the hybrid approach. For example, if tide gates are removed and replaced with bridges or bottomless culverts with large capacity, Caltrans could effectively restore hydraulic conditions of the various sloughs back to the bay. It's important to keep in mind that much of the land to the east of the corridor is diked former tidelands. Once connectivity is restored, the community could recreate a network of trails, enhance recreational opportunities, and provide additional resilience for sea level rise. Next slide, please. So in summary, we've done a lot, and we still have a lot to go. We've established a technical advisory committee. We have a public engagement plan. We're maintaining a website, public-facing website. We're active participants in the Sea Level Rise Institute of Cal Poly Humboldt. We did a presentation at the Humboldt Bay Symposium this last year, and we have monthly meetings with Humboldt County to review sea level rise projects. We are also coordinating with local governments on LCP updates and have regular meetings with North Coast staff, and there will be future public meetings for the CAIP. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll take questions.
All right, does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are there members of the public that'd like to speak on this?
There are no additional speakers for this item.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Wilson?
I just want to thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we're getting this far. It's been a long road, and I appreciate that this commission working with Caltrans and during the approval of the moving forward the projects improvements there really requested and got the collaboration on the Humboldt Bay Trail, which is something we really were looking forward to, and I think we're almost there. We're almost gonna be done with that. So I just want to appreciate that. I was actually present on that storm in 2005 on the highway there. Not seen in that photo, but just beyond is where one of the billboards blew onto the highway during that. So it wasn't just, I mean, there was high winds as well, which were driving those elevated surge impacts. So, but I think we're prone to see more of that. And I think, as mentioned before in other presentations, that part of the bay is the fastest sea level rise in the state of California. So, due to tectonic lowering of the earth there. So anyways, I just want to thank you so much for this presentation. I'm sure we're gonna have more interaction, and I'm also thankful that we're bringing in Cal Poly to assist with this. So it's that analysis and that participation will be more community oriented. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, did you have a response?
No, I just.
Great. Commissioner Williams?
All right, thank you. Just wanted to echo Commissioner Wilson's comments there, and thank you, Mr. Dismet, for coming up here in District 1's update. I appreciate that. I do have a question with regard to just as far as the community outreach and whatnot. I don't believe I saw exactly who's involved in the TAC, and I just was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure. Currently, we have members of the cities of Eureka-Arcata, Humboldt County. I believe there's even one member from a private agency, GHD, and then we have a member of the Wiat tribe, Adam Cantor.
All right.
I can get you that list if you'd like.
Vice Chair Escalante, and then Commissioner Cook.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Actually, I found it very exciting because it took me back to that meeting, very hard conversations about really how quickly we were going to adapt. And I'm sure I would love to hear what former Commissioner Amanzada's thoughts would be about that map. I think some of those buffers and some of those barriers are remarkable, and we do look forward. I remember taking that left turn in Semiola towards the car dealership. Is it the car dealerships?
Yeah.
That's where I service my cars. And I held my breath. That turn is one of the most terrifying things I've ever done. I totally, after that, I was like, I was right about my vote. So I do appreciate you guys doing this and the path forward and the collaborations with the locals. I think that it's a perfect way to move forward. And when we talk about this tourism-based economy, I know, for Eureka-Arcata, there's a lot more going on. And for us up here, we think of Eureka as the big city now. When I need to go to Costco, I go to the big city. So it's a very important, thoroughfare for this entire region. And obviously, getting ready for this impending future that we have is great. And in moving also forward with trails and opening up some of the slots, I think that will also enable some advancement to what the public access and some of this, tourism potential in that particular area. Every time I kind of drive by it, I wish I could like do it slower so I could look at just, the whole bay. So I look forward to that vision. So thank you. And I love Caltrans District 1. You guys keep these roads beautiful. So.
Well, once the trails and you can take a slower ride along the bay.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hart. First, just thrilled to hear about the dedicated climate branch in District 1. That's very exciting. And the website, which I wrote down, I just want to repeat for people too. It was northcoastclimateaction.org with all those resources and data. That's just fantastic. I think that I'm speaking to the choir here, but we just have this really short window of time to act when it comes to climate and sea level rise. The controller's always thinking about the fiscal impact to taxpayers. The longer we take, the more expensive it is, the larger the impact to taxpayers. I see your timeline, and of course the CDP that was approved included the contingency that that adaptation plan was complete by December 2025.
Correct.
And that looks like it was right on your timeline. Even with all the progress that you've achieved, I still see a lot to be done. And I'm just curious, how confident do you feel in meeting that timeline?
I feel pretty confident. The biggest confidence I have is that, for 3 years, it was only me in the climate change branch, and now there are 3 people. Yeah. So we have a hydrologist and we have a supervising environmental scientist. So some of the other duties that were spread out that I had to do, including the comprehensive plan, are spread out amongst 3 people now. So we're a little bit more nimble, I would say. So okay. I feel pretty good about it. There's still a lot of work to do. That contract with Cal Poly took a long time, and but yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Understood.
And we'll keep the commission and staff up to date.
Okay. Great. And then just expanding on Commissioner Williams, I was happy to see the partnerships, the technical advisory committee, including Adam Cantor, member of the Wiyot tribe. Can you just tell me more about the public outreach that you've completed and you have planned? And I'm specifically thinking about engagement with tribes, with other tribes, with low income and designated disadvantaged communities, especially around that segment of 101. I know there's a large disadvantaged community in that area. What do you have planned and what's already been completed?
So we have a planning and public engagement contract with MIG, which is a private company that helps with facilitation and public engagement. And so we have a plan that we developed in 2021. Because of the progress was a little bit slowed over the interim period. We haven't had as many public meetings, but we had a couple of public meetings. I've given presentations to Cal Poly, to Ollie, and we had one public meeting where we had engagement with folks from Jacobs Avenue. And once we have some more deliverables from the Cal Poly technical studies, we're going to start robustly meeting with various stakeholders, disadvantaged communities, agencies, and other interested persons. So in the next year, we're going to have to ramp it up.
Okay.
And I can share the public engagement plan with the commission.
I would really appreciate that. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
that'd be great.
that we all agree. I mean, we just want that that engagement to be meaningful, that we're ensuring that these people's voices are actually being heard and that it's actually happening too. That's all I have. I really appreciate the update. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that this project is not in isolation in terms of sea level rise, that you have, one of the commissioners asked me about with the line of retreat, and what that really meant. And and whether or not the alignment is anywhere close to where it is today, there will be other elements of Humboldt Bay that will be in retreat, whether or not this remains in its location. So, including, commercial zones that are at the Jacobs Avenue is a huge commercial area, which currently sits below sea level during high tides and has, and doesn't, the levee that services that is owned by each individual property owner, meaning that it has no coordinated defense in terms of sea level rise. Not just that, but then every other piece of property in that whole bay region, sub-region. So what I just want to say is, like, I appreciate that you're both having to analyze this from just the service of just this one infrastructural issue in the context of both public and private matrix of uses that will be impacted by sea level rise. So that was all I wanted to point out for my commission's edification. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you so much. I'd just like to say I'm a director of the Great Redwood Trail Agency, and when we talk about the parts of the trail that have been completed or in construction, which of course everyone always wants to know, thank goodness that we have the work that's going on up here, incorporating, of course, all your sea level rise work, but in creating a trail system that hopefully one day will go from bay to bay, from the San Francisco Bay all the way up to the Humboldt Bay. So it's very exciting, and thank you for all of your work. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I'd like to say one last thing.
Of course.
Is that if we end up having to do some sort of causeway or some sort of, segmented piece like that, we're going to try to figure out ways to protect the trail too. If it
that would be great. Be San Francisco Bay to Humboldt Bay minus no, we don't want to have that. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That was informational item. So now we'll move on to the coastal permit applications under item 11, beginning with item 11A, Humboldt Bay Harbor District as the applicant. This is the Master Water Intakes Project, and you will be presenting that as well.
Yes. Yes, item 11A is a permit application from the Harbor District, as you mentioned, for a project referred to as the Humboldt Bay Master Water Intakes Project. And I will be tag teaming this presentation today with Tom Lester, Senior Environmental Scientist in the Commission's Energy and Ocean Resources Unit, who's online with us today. There's the slides. Okay, next slide, please. The project is located on Humboldt Bay in the Samoa area, west of the city of Eureka, on property owned by the Harbor District. There are two existing industrial docks on the subject site, one called Red Tank Dock, and the other is the main dock associated with Redwood Marine Terminal 2, shown as RMT2 on this slide. These two docks are associated with adjoining lands that are planned and zoned for coastal dependent industrial uses under the Humboldt County Certified LCP. Next slide. The proposed project is related to two other projects that have recently come before the Coastal Commission. In December of last year, the Commission considered appeals of the county's decision to grant a permit with conditions to Nordic Aqua Farms to demolish the remnants of the former pulp mill that was historically located at RMT2 and to redevelop the site with a land-based aquaculture facility. The facility would cultivate yellowtail kingfish and would produce head-on gutted fish and fillets for delivery to regional markets. The Nordic project proposes to use approximately 10 million gallons per day of salt water proposed for extraction from Humboldt Bay by the Harbor District under the permit application that is before you today. In considering the appeals in December, the Commission found that the appeals did not present a substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeals were filed and declined to take jurisdiction over the county's CDP, which is now effective. Another related permit is a CDP approved by the Commission last November from Nordic, proposing to discharge approximately 10 million gallons per day of treated wastewater effluent from the aquaculture facility via the existing marine outfall pipeline that historically served the pulp mill and which terminates 1.5 miles offshore. Next slide, please. So the scope of this CDP application has four main components listed here: the seawater intake system, water pipeline installation, extraction and use of seawater, and mitigation for marine resource impacts. We'll touch briefly on each. Next slide. This slide shows the existing water intake systems at each of the docks, with the intake system at Red Tank Dock shown in the two images on the left, and the existing system at RMT2 shown in the three other photos. As you can glean from these photos, the existing intake structures, which are referred to as sea chests, consist of deteriorated wood and concrete. Neither system has been used since at least 2008, which is when the pulp mill shut down. The Harbor District proposes to repair and redevelop each intake system by sealing cracks and installing new screens, pumps, and connecting pipeline infrastructure. The two intakes would be operated and managed as a single system, with both feeding into a common manifold and distribution system. The Harbor District would meter water to tenants engaging in coastal dependent uses on its RMT2 property, including Nordic. Next slide. A portion of the proposed water distribution system is shown on this slide. The pipeline route around RMT2 around the dock is shown in orange. Pipelines would be installed via trenching and excavation. There would be about 4,600 feet of trenching, with trenches up to 19 feet wide and 5 feet deep. Now I will turn it over to Tom to discuss the project components involving the extraction and use of seawater and measures proposed to reduce impacts to marine resources.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Could I have the next slide, please? As you just heard, a key aspect of this project is the proposed withdrawal of water from Humboldt Bay. This would be done in 3 phases, as shown on this slide, starting with an initial withdrawal of just over 5 million gallons a day, and then ramping up to the full proposed amount of about 12 million gallons a day over subsequent years. Withdrawing seawater for purposes of this project also creates a substantial adverse impact to marine life. Next slide, please. Removing this water from the bay also removes part of the bay's productivity in the form of the fish eggs, larvae, and other small planktonic organisms in the water that serve as the base of the bay's food web. This adverse effect is known as entrainment, which happens when these small organisms are drawn into an intake and killed. For this project, the full proposed water withdrawal would result in a loss of organisms equal to those produced each year in about 28.5 acres of the bay's various habitat types. I want to provide you some background and detail on how we determine that loss, so I hope you'll bear with me for a few moments. Next slide, please. To allow the use of open water intakes such as these, staff first had to determine whether there were feasible alternatives that would have less of an environmental impact. For example, could the district construct new subsurface intakes which would entirely avoid entrainment? For this project, those types of alternative intakes are not feasible, primarily due to the types of underlying substrates at or near the project location. If open water intakes are to be used, we then look into how to reduce the impacts on marine life. In this case, the district has proposed installing new screens known as cylindrical wedge wire screens on the intakes. The district would operate the intakes at low intake velocities, which allows larger marine life to avoid being killed or injured by being trapped against the screens. The district screens would also have a mesh size of 1 millimeter or less, which will prevent larger organisms in the planktonic community from being entrained. These two features, the low velocity and the mesh size, meet criteria and guidelines established by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for protecting 2 types of listed species in the bay, juvenile salmonids and the longfin smelt. However, even with these protective features, the screens reduce overall entrainment of the full planktonic community by only about 1%, so the intake will draw in and kill a substantial number of the smaller organisms in the water column and create a measurable loss to the bay's productivity. Next slide, please. We determine the type and scope of this productivity loss by using methods the Commission and several other California resource agencies have used over the years. Excuse me. We first conduct a study to collect samples of the water body's marine life over the course of at least 1 year, and then evaluate those samples using a modeling technique known as the Empirical Transport Model, or ETM. The model helps identify how many and what types of organisms in the water body that could be entrained, and then what proportion of that total would actually be entrained. This proportional mortality is then used to calculate what's called the area of production foregone, or APF, which identifies how many acres of habitat in the water body it would take to replace the lost productivity represented by the entrained marine life. The APF also serves as the basis for any resulting mitigation requirement. Importantly, even though most intakes take in just a very small proportion of all the entrainable marine life in a water body, that small proportion, when multiplied by the large size of the water body, can result in a substantial productivity loss and the need for compensatory mitigation. Next slide, please. For these calculations, we also had to incorporate the complex hydrodynamics of Humboldt Bay, which is pictured here. The district separated the bay into 4 segments, which are outlined here in different colors, based on factors such as the distance from the mouth of the bay, the speed and exchange rate of tidal currents, and others. The district's intakes are expected to entrain organisms from all parts of the bay, though at different rates depending on where they originated in the bay. Next slide, please. Importantly, the sampling, modeling, and calculations we rely on use just a select handful of the full number of species in the water body that are subject to entrainment. This is illustrated on this slide with the largest triangle represented the dozens or hundreds of species in a water body that could be entrained. The vast majority of these organisms are much smaller than the size of the screen mesh, and many of them were unable to identify at their early life stages. From this large number of organisms, the next smaller triangle shows just the larvae of the fish and sometimes other important species such as crabs that can be entrained. Many, but not all that we can identify at this life stage. The next smaller triangle shows just those that are caught during sampling events and that can be identified, counted, and measured. Of those, just a handful, usually the predominant species in the samples, here represented by the top red triangle, are included in the calculations. These few species serve as surrogates for all the others in this biological system. The idea is that when a project's mitigation provides enough productivity to replace that represented by the handful of surrogate species, it is also producing enough to account for the many other species in the larger triangles that are lost due to entrainment. Next slide, please. For this project, there were 7 surrogate species as shown on this slide, each with its own APF. We average those APFs and then calculate the 95% certainty level. That is, we have 95% certainty that the loss of productivity caused by the intakes can be fully mitigated if the district creates or restores habitat that produces as much as 28.5 acres of typical Humboldt Bay habitats each year. I should note that in addition to these calculations, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is conducting a separate evaluation to identify how much and what type of mitigation would be needed to address the loss of the threatened longfin smelt, as some of those larvae would also be entrained. That study is still ongoing, but it is likely that all or some of the mitigation the district will need to provide for the smelt will also serve to mitigate for this overall entrainment impact. Next slide, please. To mitigate for this entrainment of marine organisms and the lost biological productivity, and to allow for conformity with the Coastal Act's mitigation-related provisions, the district and staff have developed a suite of different types of off-site mitigation around Humboldt Bay. I'll now turn this presentation back to Melissa to describe the mitigation approach.
Thanks very much, Tom. Next slide, please. One mitigation proposal involves the removal of nearly 1,000 derelict creosote-treated piles and associated crossbeams from an old dock and fields landing on the eastern shore of Humboldt Bay, south of Eureka. The removal of these derelict structures from the bay would increase the area of habitat in bay waters and make the underlying substrate available for colonization by marine life, therefore providing appropriate mitigation for lost productivity. Staff estimates that this site would provide about 0.8 acres of mitigation credit for lost productivity, assuming the commission credits the debris removal at no more than a 1-to-1 ratio, as has been its practice in past debris removal projects. Next slide. Another type of proposed mitigation is eradication of an invasive species from salt marsh habitats around Humboldt Bay. Spartina densiflora, seen here in the photo on the left, is an invasive grass native to Chile that dominates most of the salt marsh habitat within the region. The species profoundly alters estuarine habitats by increasing sedimentation, displacing native plant species, and disrupting habitats for fish and wildlife species. The removal of Spartina, if properly monitored and maintained, results in the return of native salt marsh habitat, including habitat for several rare species, such as the Humboldt Bay owl's clover, seen here flourishing in a restored marsh previously dominated by Spartina. In this case, staff recommends that an acre of salt marsh restoration within a high cover Spartina marsh could mitigate for 3.2 acres of APF due to the estimated productivity lift. A lesser credit would be appropriate for restoration in marshes with lower Spartina cover. Because the mitigation needed to adequately compensate for the APF is best represented by a variety of different habitat types, staff recommends capping this type of mitigation at no more than 15% of the mitigation needed for the total APF, or about 4.3 acres. Next slide. A third mitigation concept proposed by the district involves tidal marsh restoration on property that the district owns at the foot of Bay Street on Eureka Slough, which is connected to Humboldt Bay. Proposed activities include Spartina removal, backfilling man-made drainage ditches, and excavating new tidal channels and ponds, which will provide estuarine rearing habitat for marine resources, including juvenile salmonids and longfin smelt. Although the district's proposal remains conceptual at this stage, and this proposal will require separate CDP authorization from the Commission, staff believes there are opportunities to provide between 7 and 11 acres of credit towards the total 28.5 acre APF. Because the area of tidal enhancement mitigation is expected to be more productive than the area of source water lost, staff recommends generally that mitigation involving the restoration of biogenically structured habitats such as seagrass beds and salt marshes should be credited up to 4 times the area of lost productivity associated with the intakes. This approach is consistent with the state's ocean plan, which recognizes that different types of mitigation provide different levels of productivity and in line with mitigation ratios the Commission has applied in past cases. Next slide. The district has proposed several additional potential mitigation actions that could be appropriate for replacing lost productivity from Humboldt Bay, including the creation of and restoration of aquatic habitats, restoration of marsh features, and the reclamation of or reconnection of historic plains, and additional marine debris removal. Additional mitigation activities like Bay Street and Spartina removal would require an amendment to this permit or separate CDP authorization. Staff recommends Special Condition 4 to require submittal of a final marine life mitigation plan prior to CDP issuance. The plan must include all necessary details sufficient to implement compensatory mitigation for no less than the impacts associated with Phase 1 water extraction, which is about 12 acres and 43% of the total impacts. Planning for additional mitigation acreage associated with impacts for phases 2 and 3 could be provided subsequently, but would still be required for review and approval prior to any further extraction. Using the framework ratios provided in Special Condition 4, no less than about 7 acres of relatively more productive habitat than the habitat lost to the at the intake site would be realized to fully compensate for the 28.5 acre APF. This assumes the district maximizes the use of the highest available ratio of 1:4, which would reflect the restoration of highly productive biogenically structured habitats such as eelgrass or salt marsh. Next slide. Finally, I'll just note that after publication of the staff report, we received several comment letters posted to our website, and we've prepared an addendum to respond to those comments, also posted on our website. The addendum makes several corrections, clarifications, and revisions to the staff report, including certain changes to special conditions and an additional new condition to address the potential to encounter legacy contamination and portions of the project site that were used in the past for treating lumber using chemical spraying operations. Also, since publishing the addendum yesterday, staff realized a few more corrections that need to be made. So we do have a copy of some further changes that if we could ask this other item to be brought up. So if you could please scroll to page 9. These final changes are related to a calculation error and how the 15% threshold for Spartina removal would be implemented. And if you go to page 9, they're shown in track changes. In brief, the threshold specified in the condition sorry. Yeah, can you scroll to oh. It's on page 9. Is it not showing? I'm sorry.
Oh, can you show track changes? Can you show track changes?
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just not showing. I had it.
Yeah, the second option.
No. I wonder if okay. Okay, I will describe. Sorry. So the change. So there was a calculation error, and so the change on page 9 is at the bottom, and there it is. Okay, so in the marine resources and water quality finding regarding tidal restoration and enhancement activities on pages 41 to 43, this additional change is related to the calculation the calculation error. There was a calculation error in how the 15% threshold for Spartina removal would be implemented. So this further change shown here is related to that. In brief, the threshold specified in the special condition 4, is based on the total APF acreage, but the interpretation and the findings mistakenly suggested the threshold would be based on the acreage over which mitigation would be implemented. So to ensure consistency between the condition and the findings, this change on page 9 is recommended, and then on the top of page 10, and then there's one more change on page 21. I know these are difficult to see, but we did share these changes with the applicant before showing them here, and the applicant has indicated their acceptance of these further changes. Do I need to read these further? Okay. So page 9, and then the other one is on page 21. So with that, staff recommends that the commission approve the coastal development permit with the special conditions and findings included in the staff recommendation as modified by the changes in the addendum. And this concludes our presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Kramer.
Available for questions. And I just want to mention also Dr. Garcia, our commission's ecologist, is also available for questions. Thanks.
Okay, terrific. Thanks very much. All right, returning to commission, ask if there are any ex partes. Commissioner Wilson.
I have 2. They're both, I think, pretty minor. On Saturday, I was on the phone with Jennifer Calt, talking about other things, and she's with Humboldt Waterkeeper, and she mentioned that she had sent a letter in correspondence. We didn't discuss the details of it. She just let me know, but then we moved on to other things. So wanted to then actually on I was at a Cinco de Mayo party, and I ran into Jeff Anderson, who is a local hydrologist, and I didn't ask him. We had a very nerdy conversation about tidal prisms in Humboldt Bay and their function in climate change, and so we talked about dredging and also pumping seawater as part of that. And I didn't ask him if he was a consultant for the project. He wasn't. Okay, great. So I just wanted to make sure. We were geeking out on that, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. So thanks.
That sounds like such a fun party.
It was awesome.
Okay.
The guacamole was great.
Awesome. Any other ex partes? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing and ask is the applicant have a presentation?
We have no presentation, but we have a speaker, Rob Howland.
On behalf of the applicant?
Yes.
All right. How much time will you need? 3 minutes. Fantastic.
So, yeah. So thank you for having me here. My name is Rob Holmland. I'm the development director for the Humboldt Bay Harbor Recreation Conservation District. I did prepare a lengthy PowerPoint with a lot of graphics, but after 3 years of working with your staff and agreeing with the staff recommendation, I decided to spare you with that, but we're available for questions. I do want to share with you just a little bit of background about the project site and the Harbor District. So the Harbor District was established in the 1970s through the California Harbors and Navigation Code to oversee all commerce, recreation, and conservation throughout Humboldt Bay. And every project we do, everything we do, we balance those 3 directives from the state. The site we're talking about is known as Redwood Marine Terminal. It was the largest employment center in the Humboldt Bay region for 3 consecutive generations. And then in the 2008 to 2013 era, it was closed. It had formerly been a pulp mill producing paper and wood products and included 2 bay water intake systems to provide water cooling and other purposes at the site. Upon its closure, the Harbor District did not own it. It was privately owned. And a couple of our commissioners, our elected commissioners, were informed by former employees that there were millions of gallons of toxic caustic liquors stored in tanks on site that required constant maintenance. And now that it was closed, those were not being maintained. So our commissioners were able to visit the site, saw that the valves on those tanks were corroding and crystallized, contacted the Environmental Protection Agency, and within days, the Environmental Protection Agency helped the Harbor District prioritize that site and remove the imminent threat to Humboldt Bay. Had that not been done, we would still be recovering from a major contamination event in Humboldt Bay. Once the imminent threat was contained, the Harbor District then worked with the EPA and a number of other parties to acquire the site and has been working to revitalize it since, immediately going into a visioning process. And the Harbor District entertained proposals from other pulp mills that wanted to do paper and wood product production at the site. But our Harbor District had the vision for this site to become an aquaculture innovation zone. And for the past 11 years, we have been working to implement that vision. So we have a number of tenants that are in water growing oysters and seaweed. They lease some of the remaining buildings on site. But the real vision requires upland aquaculture facilities to fulfill the vision. And Nordic Aqua Farms has come forward as a great partner for the Harbor District to be the anchor tenant at that upland part of the aquaculture innovation zone. And in order to do upland aquaculture, we need to revitalize and modernize the intake system. A lot of studies and science have gone into this, and a lot of strategies to reduce, eliminate impacts, working with your staff, whom, by the way, have been phenomenal to work with and really deserve a lot of credit, incredible scientists and professionals. So we've got, in conclusion here, 3 things that we are using to eliminate or reduce impacts. One is the screen design. So if you have a piece of paper in front of you, the diameter of the holes through which the water passes is smaller than the hole in a letter O on a piece of paper in front of you. So that is how small the screen size is. Second is the velocity of the water. Right now, at 0.2 feet per second or less is the through screen velocity. If you were to travel at 0.2 feet per second from that wall to that wall, it takes 6.5 minutes. Just for context, the tidal exchange of the bay can be up to 5 feet per second, which would take 15 seconds to go from that wall to that wall. So the through screen velocity is very slow. The screen size is very small. We also have phasing, and then for those impacts that we do have, your staff described the mitigation. So we are very close. Within the next 3 weeks, we anticipate finishing our permitting process with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, National Marine Fisheries Service, and then the Water Board. So we anticipate within the next 8 to 9 weeks, we'll be finished with all of our permits, and some of those other agencies are actually waiting on your action. So available for questions if you have any. We also have several scientists and representatives of Nordic Aquafarms here with us if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I do have one question just to stop you from coming right back up. And I know this is probably a stupid question because I don't have any knowledge at all of how this works. But so when things are, so you have the intake, is there ever a time where the intake is turned off or to release what has potentially been however you want to call it? They're not necessarily in train, but they're still stuck essentially on the outside of. What happens to that situation?
Sure. So I think what you're describing is called impingement. So there are
so much. That's a better
two
term
things
then.
that can happen to organisms with an intake system. One is they can be impinged up against the screen, so they're just stuck against the screen, and the other is entrained. Our system is designed so that there is no impingement. The through velocity of the screens is too slow, so even the smallest organism would not get impinged against the screen. No impingement. So I think the answer to your question is there is no answer, that there is no impingement. Maybe to build on it a little bit, there are 2 intakes that work together, and it is likely that one of them will be shut down for maintenance while the other is operating, and then the inverse. But it is unlikely that both of them will be shut down for long extended periods of time, because the water that we are providing to our tenants, including Nordic, are raising animals, and so the system has to continually operate.
Yep. Okay, that helps clarify that question. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions right now for Mr. Holman? Yes, Mr. Clemente.
Chair Hart, I think we should finish
the
public comment.
I was just thinking of him coming up, down, but if you'd prefer.
Yes, thanks.
Sorry, I'll have to come back to you. Thank you very much. All right, in that case, I'll open up the item for additional speakers or for speakers in response to what's been presented. How many speakers do we have?
So we have 9 speakers for this item.
All right.
First, we'll start with one person in person, David Noyes.
All right. So is 2 minutes sufficient?
Yes, 2 minutes should be sufficient. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is David Noyes. I'm Nordic Aquafarms Senior Vice President of U.S. Strategic Projects. Nordic Aquafarms undertook a search that stretched from Vancouver to Southern California when looking for a West Coast site. The Samoa Peninsula's existing infrastructure made it stand out as a clear choice for us. The Harbor District is our landlord, and in the instance of these sea chests acting in the same capacity as a municipal water district delivering metered water to our facility. Nordic has asked the Harbor District to reduce and avoid impacts through 2 simple mechanisms. The first is to phase withdrawal of the seawater to match the timeline of users' needs. The second was to seek an engineering solution that would reduce impacts. The intake screens will exceed the standard of 1.75 millimeters as described in Section D1B of the National Marine Fisheries Service screening criteria for juvenile salmonids. We concur with Tenera's opinion that the modernized screens will significantly reduce impacts to fish and crabs by surpassing these standards. We also feel that reusing existing infrastructure avoids the impacts that would be associated with building new marine infrastructure. VC chests and other pre-permitting activities the Harbor District have undertaken over the years remove significant barriers for aquaculture, innovation, and research. We feel strongly that aquaculture research and innovation should be supported and encouraged in California. It should also be noted that a component of this project is a fire suppression line along the shoreline. Last, but certainly not least, I want to thank and commend the members of your staff for their efforts and professionalism when reviewing the extensive amount of technical information this application has produced. I humbly request that you adopt your staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And we have 8 speakers on Zoom. We're starting with Frank Egger, followed by Susan Kirks, and then Luke Gardner.
Thank you. Each speaker will have 2 minutes.
Okay. Frank Egger.
Thank you. Frank Egger, representing the North Coast Rivers Alliance. I had sent in comments. I'll be brief. The purpose of Proposition 20 and the Coastal Act of 1976 is to preserve, protect, and restore coastal resources. The Humboldt Bay Harbor District's application to withdraw 11+ million gallons a day of seawater to supply the factory fish farm will cause significant adverse impacts on our fisheries. This application has been piecemeal through the California Environmental Quality Act process in direct violation of CEQA. The entrainment issue is huge. Sea level rise and future tsunami impacts must be addressed. The California Pacific Ocean salmon season is shut down again the 2nd year in a row. The North Coast Rivers Alliance is an intervener in the Fort Ross Ocean Hydro Project on the Sonoma coast. Entrainment was one of our issues we raised. That resulted in the denial by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission of that application. For this application, the condition that Department of Fish and Wildlife must approve a take permit under the Endangered Species Act to kill coho salmon is the red flag. All wastewater coming out of that factory fish farm must be cleansed using reverse osmosis before being discharged into the ocean. Everyone is now aware of the litigation against the city and county of San Francisco for a decade of untreated wastewater being dumped into San Francisco Bay and the Pacific Ocean. No pesticides should be used to remove Spartina. Please continue this application until you can be assured that no take permit to kill coho will be necessary. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Susan Kirks, followed by Luke Gardner, and then Jennifer Colt. Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I'm Susan Kirks. President of Madrone Audubon in Sonoma County. I'd like to support what former Coastal Commissioner Frank Egger just said, every single word of it. The condition of our native fish populations, the climate change impacts that we are all dealing with and that you must address now in every decision, the piecemealing of this project violating CEQA, including not evaluating cumulative impacts. Also, Scott Fraser's correspondence submitted to you is detailed, informative, and an added basis for denying this intake project before you today. Mitigations proposed for the impacts of entrainment and losses are wholly inadequate. If species had a voice, do you think they would say to you, yes, commissioners, we want to be sucked into this pipe and die? I urge you to review carefully the information from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and conceptual bases for trying to figure out how many species will be sucked into the pipe and die. There is no difference between this proposal and putting thousands of cows or thousands of female pigs in gestation crates unable to turn around in a concentrated animal feeding operation. The kind of jobs this concentrated animal feeding operation creates are terrible and produce human trauma as well. I encourage the Humboldt County decision makers to return to the drawing board and consider better fit for job creation and projects in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Luke Gardner, followed by Jennifer Colt and Allison Willie. Luke Gardner.
Thank you, Chair Hart, Commissioners and the staff for the opportunity to speak. I represent California Sea Grant.
California Sea Grant would like to express our support for the redevelopment of seawater intake systems to support the development of the Harbor Districts Initiative, the National Marine Research and Innovation Park. California Sea Grant has identified the development of research and commercial parks such as that proposed by the Humboldt Bay Harbor District as being important to providing equitable access for communities to participate in coastal dependent activities like marine aquaculture by helping to reduce the regulatory barriers to entry. We found the development of such parks elsewhere in the country and abroad have proven to be effective catalysts for economic development, as well as building marine research capacity. The development of Humboldt Bay Harbor District's park aligns with strategic focus areas of California Sea Grant being sustainable fisheries and aquaculture and resilient coastal communities and economies. With an expanding aquaculture industry looking to create a steady supply of shellfish, seaweeds, and finfish in California, the development of this park and its seawater access will support aquaculture research, extension, and outreach to ensure that farming seafood is environmentally, economically, and socially more sustainable and resilient to future change. Furthermore, we believe the development of this park will provide a key resource for the development and testing of both conservation and restoration aquaculture practices in the region. In summary, California Sea Grant supports the Humboldt Bay Harbor District's application to redevelop their seawater intakes for the purposes of developing their proposed park. The development of this park will provide more equitable access to aquaculture for local communities for commercial restoration and research purposes and ensure that coastal dependent activities are continued in this area. This application very much aligns with our California Sea Grant strategic vision of resilient, thriving coastal and marine environments and ecosystems. And as such, we encourage the Coastal Commission to approve the application.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer Colt, followed by Allison Willie and Scott Frazier. Jennifer Colt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Colt. I'm the Executive Director of Humboldt Waterkeeper in Arcata. I'm sorry I was not able to be in Crescent City in person today, but I'm really grateful to be able to participate remotely. I especially wish I could join you on your field trip to Pacific Shores. You're in for a real treat. And I want to say thank you to the Commission and Sandra Jarabek, Patty McCleary, and everyone else who's worked for decades to protect Pacific Shores because it is a really remarkable place. Humboldt Waterkeeper strongly supports the revisions to Condition 6 and new Special Condition 13 in the addendum, which address legacy contamination in the path of the proposed pipeline trench for this project. The trench will be over 4,600 feet long, 19 feet wide, and 5 feet deep, and will traverse sites of former lumber mills, plywood mills, and the former pulp mill that Rob Homeland spoke about. There are several known areas of contamination that have not been cleaned up, and there are also many areas that have not been assessed, despite the fact that these mills have been dismantled for decades. These parcels are also the site of the proposed heavy lift terminal for offshore wind energy and will need to be fully assessed and remediated before that project can move forward. In the meantime, because of the pipeline route's proximity to Humboldt Bay, ground disturbance without these conditions would put the bay and human health at risk from dioxins, PCBs, and other toxic chemicals that were used carelessly throughout the 20th century and remain in soil and groundwater on site. We would like to thank the staff for incorporating our concerns into these conditions, as well as the applicant and especially Nordic Aqua Farms for recognizing the importance of protecting Humboldt Bay from legacy contamination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Allison Willie, Scott Frazier, and Control, and then our last speaker will be Nancy Okada. Allison Willie.
Thank you, Chairperson Hart and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Allison Willie. I have a 45-year career in fisheries and environmental policy and have actively participated in environmental review of the Nordic Aqua Farms project. First of all, thank you to your staff for including clarifying language on the National Marine Fisheries Service Endangered Species Act consultation on the saltwater intakes. Throughout this environmental review, I have been concerned about the massive carbon footprint of the project, the threat of significant eutrophication in Humboldt Bay when a marine upwelling event occurs in an incoming tide, and the unavoidable threat of well-known fish farm diseases being released into migratory habitat for wild salmon and trout. I understand that you are powerless to address the carbon footprint issue on this project, and we all have to take our chances with marine upwelling and redistribution of sewage solids. But where you can do something is by reducing the risk of spread of infectious pancreatic necrosis virus, IPNV, and other fish farm diseases into the marine environment. IPNV is an RNA virus that can and will easily elude Nordic's proposed treatment of effluvial discharge. For more information on IPNV, reports, risk, and many images of dying and decaying fish can be seen by Googling this disease, which is an outstanding problem for kingfish yellowtail farming. Nordic plans to treat the intake water with ozone to protect fish in the factory, but not to treat the effluvia with the same level of protection for native wild fish. Nordic plans, I have advocated strenuously for there to be ozone treatment of the wastewater and for addressing the project as a whole, allowing the National Marine Fisheries to determine the risk to endangered salmonids from fish farm diseases. I can't find any commitment by the Commission to address the infectious disease problem in the Marine Life Mitigation Plan, or any commitment to work with NIMS on the disease issue. Please add measures that will protect wild salmon from IPNV.
Thank you. Next, Scott Frazier. I see that you're on the phone. Please unmute.
Thank you. Is the audio working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Chairperson Hart, Commissioners, my name is Scott Frazier. I have 44 years of professional experience as a biologist working for natural resource agencies. The subject CDP is complex, as the presentation by your staff just made a beautiful example, but has also been piecemealed in evaluation of impacts. The applicant has submitted incomplete applications twice. This requires added and unnecessary repetitive work time from your staff. The current submittal did not include adequate mitigation for the substantial and significant losses of biological productivity that will occur. Therefore, it appears your staff has attempted to help them complete the CDP package. Impacts of entrainment of saltwater intakes are unacceptable. The mitigation presented in special condition number 4 is only conceptual at this time, as described by your staff. Rather than accept the losses of marine life and uncertain mitigation, avoidance should be adopted by moving the intakes offshore. It's amazing that we can accommodate the construction and all the other impacts of this project, but we can't accommodate moving the saltwater intake offshore, as would be in compliance with National Marine Fisheries Service 1997 guidelines, which were addressed in the final project impact EIR in Appendix R. Please do not approve the subject CDP today. Rather, direct the applicant to submit a complete, specific, and adequate mitigation plan, or move the intakes offshore before you consider approval. Otherwise, your staff's time will be sucked up into a back and forth with this applicant and the conditions that are necessary for a reasonable project. Please see my more extensive written comments, which were submitted to you on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ann Cantrell.
Good afternoon. Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force. We oppose this proposed fish farm and urge you to deny this request to withdraw up to 11.88 million gallons per day of estuarine bay water to support aquaculture and other coastal dependent uses. Of most concern is the entrainment of eggs, larvae, and fry of not only listed, but all fish using the bay as a nursery. Although the latest condition requires the entrapment mesh to be smaller, eggs and plankton can still be destroyed. With this plan, any living thing which is drawn through the mesh will be used to support aquaculture while the rest of the bay starves. Remember why power plants, once through cooling, is being eliminated in California. This same process of pumping seawater has been found to kill all the life in the wetlands. This is one of the reasons why the fishing industry has collapsed off the Southern California coast. Staff stated that the water withdrawal will have adverse impact on marine life and loss to the bay's productivity and requires mitigation. Some of these mitigation issues are good. Removal of the derelict piling should occur whether this project goes through or not. The Bay Street tidal enhancement mitigation is very questionable, and I suggest that if this mitigation is used, it should be completed before the project is done. Please either deny or delay this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker for this item is Nancy Okada. Nancy, when you're able to, please unmute yourself. You're momentarily unmuted. Okay, there you go.
All right, I'm unmuted now. Hello. You can hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
That. Okay, great. Nancy Okada, Sierra Club California Coastal Subcommittee. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to have a comment. This project is actually, this is a huge, huge project that's come before you, and this is part 3 of the pieces that you've been seeing over the months. And I know that there's been concern expressed earlier on, and they said, well, wait until next month and wait until next month. So this is the last piece. And we're concerned that there's really too many moving parts and that all the permits are not in, and it really needs to be continued. You need to have everything in place. You need to know all the details about the different studies that are not yet complete. You need to know that have the entrainment measurements set. You need to have the mitigation outlined in detail. You need to have the outtake possibly moved offshore, because that would make a whole lot more sense than bringing in it directly out of the bay, and you wouldn't take in as many fish. Now, I understand that may be too expensive for the applicant, but that is something that it would be environmentally better for the whole project. So we would ask that you delay this project and get everything together and then bring it back to the public. This is important to the entire community, not only for jobs and the economy, but for the economic and environmental health of the community, and that includes your fishermen offshore. This is very, very important, and you should wait and bring it back again when everything is together. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment. All right, thank you very much. All right, returning to Mr. Holman, do you have any other further comments? Where did he go? There you are. I thought that was you. No comments. All right, and returning back to staff. Anything further? Ms. Kramer?
We could just respond to a few of the comments that were raised. Most of what we heard in public comment, we did address in the addendum, but I'll just mention a few things. A comment that was concerned about the release of viruses into the environment. The Commission considered those when it considered the discharge permit last November and the monitoring that's required on that permit and the water quality protections there. So that's not really at issue today. And with respect to the alternatives that people are suggesting, in the staff report and in the county's EIR for the Nordic project, there was a lengthy discussion of alternatives, and subsurface alternatives were found to be infeasible, or found that they would not reduce the impacts. Other types of intakes were found also to be not feasible. So this is all addressed in the addendum and in the findings. And in terms of mitigation, we've determined that the district does have sufficient mitigation opportunities available at this time to fully mitigate for the phase 1 portion of the project. And as mentioned, much of the mitigation will require separate CDP authorization, so you'll get to review that. I'm not sure if we want to respond to the piecemealing questions.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, this came up again after this already came up in the December 2023 hearing when the commission denied the Imperial found no substantial issue for the actual aquaculture facility. So that was December 2023. And again, the county, prepared and certified a final EIR and evaluated the full scope of the projects, all three, what appellants are calling segments of the project. So the full impacts of, all three pieces have been evaluated. So we don't think there is a piecemealing argument to be made in responsible agencies, which is the commission in this context. We're not a lead agency. The county was the lead agency. Responsible agencies have to use, are kind of confined by what is in the proposed in the EIR. So we're relying on the EIR for the scope of the project. And so there, to my knowledge, there's no case law that actually finds a responsible agency liable or found that a responsible agency has violated CEQA for under piecemealing theories. It's typically the lead agency that has that duty to ensure they evaluate the full scope of the project and all impacts. So there shouldn't be an issue with piecemealing.
All right, thanks so much. Is that complete comments by staff? All right, thanks, Ms. Kramer. Bring it back to the commission. I know Commissioner Cummings, you had a question earlier. And was that going to be for Mr. Holman or just in general? Yes, Mr. Holman.
Thanks for, I was just curious about compared to the pulp mill, speak to the difference.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't have exact numbers for you. I can say with relative confidence that the infrastructure that we are retrofitting didn't have screens of this size or design. They were effectively flat screens that would have facilitated, but probably if you were to seek a way to design for impingement, that would have been the best way to do it. So the system previously probably had incredible amounts of impingement and entrainment. This new system is the best available technology to minimize or eliminate both of those things. Does that answer your question?
I guess the next question, wanted to speak to the mitigation. How important can be done? There's some, well, I'm curious about, in terms of the restoration of the mitigation of some of the sites and not some also other benefits since there hasn't been any, this intake hasn't been occurring at the site for quite some time. There's trying to evaluate how once it's
Yep. I'm happy to try to answer that question, though I may defer to your staff, but I believe we're going to be working with your staff over the course of the next several months to determine those details precisely. But the Harbor District is mandated by the state to implement conservation throughout Humboldt Bay. So we have a lot of experience with this in restoration, conservation, mitigation projects, and work closely with the Coastal Commission staff on a regular basis to implement those and to implement monitoring systems. Does that answer your question sufficiently? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other commissioners? I know Commissioner Wilson has some questions. Anyone on this end? Okay, Commissioner Nodoff, then we'll come back to you. Commissioner Wilson will go last, and then we'll.
First, I wanted to just compliment the staff on the extensive addendum and responsiveness to the comments. So a number of the questions that I had written down after reading the correspondence on this have been addressed in the addendum. So I wanted to point that out. I think there's one of the comments that did stick out for me was the request that we consider reverse osmosis on the effluent. And is that taken care of in the last permit? I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about reverse osmosis.
I believe that is associated with the treatment system that was approved under the county's permit for the Nordic Aqua Farms permit. The Nordic might be able to speak better to that, but that isn't something that is before us today associated with the intakes as far as I'm aware.
And in terms of looking at these different projects, I too had been concerned that we were looking at them in separate motions, but I do think that the staff has been consistent through all of those. So there has been a cumulative analysis that's been applied to each one of these. And I guess the other thing I just wanted to clarify is the sequence of the permit process. So it's before the Coastal Commission now, but the Department of Fish and Wildlife needs to issue a permit and the Water Board. Could you just explain that a little bit to us?
Yes, prior to permit issuance, the CDP, the applicant has to provide permits from the Water Board and CDFW, and any changes required by those other agencies would require an amendment to this permit if needed. The Water Board has partially taken action already. They issued an NPDES permit that covered the intakes, the discharge, so that action is complete. There's a 401 certification that is in process, but it should be along shortly, I believe. And the CDFW incidental take permit is also in process. As to why we went before them, I think it's just how the timing, came up. But we've been working really closely with CDFW staff on the mitigation concepts and throughout our permit review.
So I note in the correspondence that there's been a lot of back and forth with Fish and Wildlife. So yeah, there's no surprises there. I do think that it's important to acknowledge the dire straits that the wild salmon fishery is in, and the kind of dramatic regulatory measures that the state of California and the federal government are having to do, considering the dire straits of that fishery. So we need to be extra careful that we're not adding to the stress of that wild population. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on this end? Commissioner Geary.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know who to direct this question to, but did the area of production foregone model account for environmental factors related to climate change?
Sure, I'll take that. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, the entrainment study we do develops what's called the proportional mortality, the percentage of organisms in the water body that actually get entrained. Plankton populations vary every year, up and down by quite a bit. It's a very patchy sort of dynamic. And so unless there are huge changes in the biological community, the results from 1 year are expected to be about the same as what you might get in a different year with a different concentration of plankton. So in that sense, the usual annual variability in populations is reflected in the way we do these studies. For longer term changes that are due to climate change, that may be an issue in the future. If there are complete shifts in the biological community, that may be something to address down the road. But for the standard annual variations we see, the study we do is supposed to incorporate those.
Thank you for that. And yes, we know that there's variability from year to year, from decade to decade, right? But I would strongly encourage us to figure out ways to monitor for that, given the rapid changing conditions and unpredictable variability that we're seeing. I think it's important to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson?
I have a couple questions, some statements. So the first one just has to do with so much of this is measured off of volume. I mean, this is what we're talking about, you know, in terms of impact is like the volume of water and what's in that volume of water or what's being removed. So at 10 million gallons a day, what is that in comparison to the total tidal exchange in Humboldt Bay in a day?
Forgive me that I don't recall the exact numbers, but Humboldt Bay contains about 40 billion gallons, and over the 40 billion gallons,
billion, 40 billion
with
gallons.
a B. And over the course of any 6-hour period from high tide to low tide, 20 billion gallons leave the bay, and then 20 billion come back. So the 12 million gallons that we are withdrawing is about 1/6000th of the total volume of water that is exchanged in any given tidal exchange. And just for context, if you were to compare that in time, that is the equivalent of 1 day versus 16 years. So that's the equivalent difference of 1/6000th of any given tidal exchange. So it's not 1/6000th of the water in the bay.
Right.
That's 1/6000th of the water that was leaving the bay anyway, and then coming back and leaving again.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm going to bounce around. Has anyone ever seen my notes before? They're really all over the place, and and they're hard to read, even for myself. And they have all kinds of sketches in them. But I want to, it's interesting that we have often referred to projects having charismatic megafauna. And I think in this point we have uncharismatic microfauna is our issue that we're talking about. And sort of, and, you know, if this is approved, what we're talking about is trying to replicate and mitigate the productivity of what we might expect in that volume of water. As Mr. Lester was saying, is that, you know, that and our staff was that, you know, it's like different parts of the bay produce biomass at different rates, and so where you draw from and where you actually create is of value. So, and this is something that, I mean, I was elected to this harbor district in 2005. I was elected to this board on a platform of estuarine restoration and for all the values that it has. And so for me, and I have to just go way back, that came from my experiences in traveling, actually visiting my now wife in the Peace Corps and mangrove restoration, and seeing what estuarine restoration really can do. And it's volumetric, it's exponential value in the ecosystems. And so for me, I mean, mitigation that includes estuarine restoration, and especially that includes maximizing that volume and maximizing the vertical structure within that volume to create those values is really very important. I'm going to noodle down because this is what I was talking about with my good friend Mr. Anderson, which is that Humboldt Bay has been volume limited in some regards by the diking and dredging, and so anything that we've been doing to increase what we call the tidal prism, which is that volume in there, does so many things to benefit the bay. And so so every time we open up more space, just more volume comes through the entrance of the bay. So one of the discussions I had with Tom was if we're having a negative impact from this pulling of volume from the bay, would we in turn get a positive impact, say, by creating volume, both either from restoration, but even from dredging, right? Because you're creating more volume, so you're creating more water exchange coming in the bay. Of course, it's a very uncomfortable conversation to think about that there might be a positive benefit to pulling water from the bay. But one of the things that we're talking about in terms of climate change, and this is something that Mr. Anderson was bringing up to me, which was very interesting, was that the future of Humboldt Bay could be under warmer conditions, in which case we actually want to increase volume of water coming into Humboldt Bay to keep it cooler, right? To cool it down. So we really do need to think about that in terms of both our mitigations and our impacts. And so I just want to when we talk about volume, it's not just about what's in the volume, it's where it comes from, but it's also its function and sort of the greater what we're talking about. Jumping to, we did talk about, and I know we're not talking necessarily before us today, but the treatment for the proposed aquaculture. And again, what we're talking about today is a permit for the district to pull water for a multi-tenant project. So that's separate from the tenant that might be at this point driving the economics of moving that forward. But the idea is that there would be more tenants. I mean, this volume and this permit isn't just for one tenant. Ostensibly, it's for multiple tenants. And so going back to they have a ultraviolet disinfection system is what they're proposing. We've talked about it here. We talked about it also at the permit process for the county. Nothing more effective to remove viruses than an ultraviolet disinfection system. And again, the most highly treated effluent from any aquaculture farm on the planet is probably what will result from that. So jumping again, and I think we've mentioned this before, aside from all of the external or sort of and we had someone comment about, it's not just about this aquaculture project, it's also about marine research to be done on site. There's a whole host of other benefits that could come, assuming this is something that happens. But one of them is, and what we learned from our existing aquaculture industry in Humboldt Bay, is that unlike the pulp mill, which was pulling water from the bay, they didn't really necessarily care about the water quality of what they were pulling from the bay because they weren't using it for anything in particular other than to cool down this giant boiler system for basically processing pulp. This particular businesses and all the businesses that be using this water care very much about the water quality of the bay. They're absolutely reliant upon that. And as we've seen in Humboldt Bay, the reason that there's not an effluent pipe in Humboldt Bay as opposed to out into the ocean is because oyster growers, and one in particular, sued and was very influential in 1964, forcing the pulp mills to put their effluent out into the ocean. Had he not done that, our bay would have been dead long ago. So there is a driver for clean water in industries that require clean water. And if you want to protect things like eelgrass, the driving threat to eelgrass is water quality, right? That is really one of the things. And it's the same threat that is in existence for what we have for our oyster farms and other things like that. Water quality is really, that's the deal. Likewise, the businesses that would rely on this intake would rely on clean water. And so from that perspective, it's a driver in the direction. When we talk about the industries that we want or those types of things that we're trying to move towards, we want that symbiotic relationship to exist. And so for me, that is one of the reasons why I get where this is going. But also, I really want to encourage, if the board decides to move forward with this, I still want staff to be pushing really hard on the mitigation for this to maximize, again, productivity and volumetric productivity as we move forward. And I know you see there's those resources. This gets me to one question now that I'm just going through my stream of consciousness, going all over the place. But in regards to the longfin smelt, what I'm hearing you say, and I think what I read in here too, is that the likely mitigation for that could occur within the bounds of what would already be a likely mitigation footprint. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, speaking with CDFW, they do believe that there are opportunities to mitigate for longfin smelt at the Bay Street tidal restoration site, because the smelt are known to occur in Eureka Slough, and so they could create habitat that would provide rearing opportunities for longfin smelt. And we believe that not only would provide those the habitat for the smelt, but for other, for salmonids, juvenile salmonids, and other marine resources that are expected to be, impacted by the APF or by the intake impacts there. So yes, and then just to your point about the encouraging that type of mitigation, the increasing the volume of the bay, essentially, we, in our condition 4 recommended mitigation ratios, we do suggest that a higher mitigation credit could be given for that type of mitigation, as opposed to like the pilene removal or Spartina removal. So
I appreciate that. And again, kind of going back to a little bit of the history, I was chair of the commission at the time when we discovered 4 million gallons of pH 14, I think. What would they call black liquors, which was basically something that is used to break down chemicals, highly toxic chemicals, caustic chemicals used to break down wood fibers in tanks on that property, with the tops of those tanks having been almost fully exposed. And when the rain was coming, they were starting to leak over the tops. And if there had been, an earthquake or something like that, it would have just been an absolute disaster. It was a very stressful time for the district to take on a project like that. But it was done with the vision of imagining what we might have in that place to actually bring economic benefits and help clean up the environment. So this, for me, helps kind of like we're moving in that direction. I will say it doesn't come without impacts, and some of that was referenced, especially around, it will require energy to do it. Our food systems all require energy, and we need to reduce our, everywhere we can reduce our energy consumption, but that also means in terms of our food systems as well. And there are discussions about how this balances between imported seafood as opposed to seafood we produce ourselves, because fresh seafood is, much of it is, flown into our country and has a high footprint, but also there's other things that we have to consider. And if we're having some impact in terms of bioproductivity, we have to figure out the best way we can to mitigate for that. I feel like this has gotten to that place for me. And so that's where I'm at. And I appreciate the discussion and the board letting me kind of go down my road. Thanks.
No, I think it's super, I think it's really great for us to hear, because you've been involved with this for so long as a harbor commissioner, as a county supervisor, now as a coastal commissioner. So I think we all really appreciate your comments. So if no one has any more comments, I'm looking for a motion and a second. Commissioner Rice?
I'd like to second after.
I don't believe he wanted to move, so.
Okay, I would be happy to move the item, and I do have a comment.
All right. Commissioner Cummings, would you like to second?
Sure, I'll second. I was going to make a comment.
Sure. Well, why don't I, Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the work by staff, the presentation, and all the questions that were asked by the commissioners and the responses that were given to the public. And I also really do appreciate also Commissioner Wilson allowing us to journey down your river of interior monologue and all the experience that came with it. All that was missing was Mr. Anderson and a margarita.
And guacamole.
I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and then the ongoing work that's going to happen. But understanding this larger complex environment is really important, even as we focus on one specific permit and aspect of a larger project. And I really do appreciate your love of this, that incredible bay.
Yeah. Commissioner Cummings, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just brief.
Yes, we have a motion in a second.
No, we actually need to get the motion on the table.
All right. Why don't we have your comment, then we'll return to Commissioner Rice to make the full motion.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the staff and the applicants for all the hard work that they've done. I know we've had this come before us in various iterations at different points in time, and I feel like what's been consistently demonstrated is really an ability to try to figure out how to allow this to move forward with having the least amount of environmental impacts as possible. And in addition to that, putting forward an environmental monitoring strategy that will really allow us to better understand how these types of operations can exist alongside of, maintaining biodiversity and having little impacts on our environments. I think to Commissioner Wilson's point, and some of the comments that we've made previously around, traditional commercial fishing practices, I mean, a lot of what we see is high levels of bycatch and, over time depletion of fish within our environments. And this is another form. It's going to have some impacts, but it can also help provide that protein food source for communities without having even further detrimental impacts on our natural environment. And so I think that, and a lot of comments that were raised around, monitoring and also bringing to factors of climate change totally makes sense. How it intersects with other forms of industry, well, not really industry, but other forms of activities around like dredging. I think these are all things that we can begin to better understand so that as we, start moving forward as a society and start adapting to the realities around us around protecting our environment, impacts of climate change, and how do we continue to feed people, it's an opportunity for us to really see how this as a project really works out. And so I'm looking forward to really seeing how this moves forward. I know that there's going to be a lot of eyes and attention on this because people are going to be, probably coming at it, trying to shut it down. And so I think there's interest on the sides of the applicants, on the sides of the commission, and on the sides of our community to really see this, move forward and be productive and see it actually be successful. And so I'm happy to support it as I've supported in the past and look forward to getting updates and hearing how this goes as the project comes online.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Rice.
Yes, I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number 1-21-0653 pursuant to the staff recommendation, asking for a yes vote.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Vanessa?
Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Herman, yes. Commissioner Nada?
Aye.
Nada, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre? Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thanks so much. That takes us to item 12, Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So yes, item 12 is the Deputy Director's Report for Orange County. The report contains 3 waivers and 2 material amendments for routine projects in Orange County. There haven't been any comments in opposition to these items, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers or the immaterial extensions in the report.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Are there any speakers?
No speakers.
All right. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the Deputy Director's Report? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs, and we will move on to
14A.
14A. Thank you very much. Laguna Royale. Will that be you, Mr. Schwang? You seem to be on a lot of these today.
Actually, Meg Vaughn, our lead analyst on this project, is going to do the
Okay.
staff presentation.
All right, great. Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, commissioners. The project site for item number 14A, appeal number A5 LGB 230047 is located at 31423 Coast Highway in the city of Laguna Beach. The appealed project includes deck repairs, replacing metal picket deck railings with transparent railings, and after the fact approval of repairs and modifications to common area rooms and 30 of the residential units. The appeal raises issue only with regard to the deck railing replacement. Correspondence for this item has been received and there is an addendum. Next slide, please. The subject site is an oceanfront bluff site located between the sea, West Street Beach, and the First Public Road, Coast Highway. The existing 78-unit condominium complex was constructed in 1962 prior to Coastal Commission jurisdiction. The appeal identifies 3 contentions, all of which are limited only to the replacement of metal picket deck railings with transparent railings. The metal picket railings are non-code compliant due to the width of the spacing between the pickets. Next slide, please. The first contention is that the city's 8th condition, which requires that the glass railings incorporate measures to avoid bird strikes, is unclear about what equivalent to Ornolux bird glass means. Second, the appeal contends that the same condition is also unclear as to when Ornolux bird-safe glass is required and when lesser bird-safe measures such as decals, tape, or external coatings are allowed. Ornolux bird-safe glass is glass that incorporates UV reflective patterns directly into the glass. These UV patterns are visible to birds, and so birds avoid them and do not fly into the glass. The phrase Ornolux or equivalent has been used in past Coastal Commission CDP approvals. There has been some confusion as to whether Ornolux also produces aftermarket anti-bird strike products such as decals, tapes, and external coatings. As reflected in the addendum for this item, Ornolux does not make aftermarket products, but there are other manufacturers that do. Due to the ephemeral nature, these aftermarket options are generally not preferred. However, Condition 8 also requires that the anti-bird strike measures be maintained for the life of the development to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Development. This additional language in Condition 8 adds an additional level of protection in addressing the ephemeral nature of the aftermarket anti-bird strike measures. In addition, the city based the condition language on past Coastal Commission accepted language. The third contention is that the glass railings will increase glare and suggests that will have an adverse impact on the public. However, the contention does not specify any potential impacts that glare from the glass would have on the public. The appeal does not assert the glare will affect birds. The project site is adjacent to open ocean and sandy beach, both of which would produce a significant amount of glare in sunny conditions. No evidence has been provided to support the allegation that whatever increase to existing glare may be caused by the glass railings would be significant enough to produce adverse impacts. Moreover, how the public or birds would be adversely impacted has not been described. As approved and conditioned by the city, the project includes protective measures to address potential bird strikes. The city considered the 2 biological documents prepared for the development, neither of which recommend the glass railings be eliminated. The city incorporated the recommendations of the biological documents into its approval, including Condition 8, which requires anti-bird strike railing measures. Neither of the 2 biological documents identified glare from the glass railings as a risk to birds or the public. In addition, the city's approval includes other measures to address consistency with LCP, such as elimination of existing beach spotlights, requiring the adjacent public beach to remain open and accessible to the public during all project construction, requiring water quality BMPs during construction, and imposing a future improvements condition. The appeal is limited to the 3 contentions regarding the balcony railing replacements. Next slide, please. Staff is recommending the appeal raises no substantial issue. The motion to adopt the staff recommendation is found on page 6 of the staff report, and this concludes the staff presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Vaughn. Are there any ex partes on this? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Ask if the appellant is present or on Zoom.
Yes, we have the appellant, Catherine Jerka. who is joining us via Zoom.
Okay, we could hear from her.
Hello. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Eureka, and I'm very protective of coastal bird life. My appeal was born out of concerns that Laguna Beach did not adequately protect it in its approval of the CDP. In particular, I worry about city staff's documented intention to ignore conditions imposed by the Planning Commission, which Coastal Commission staff have endorsed. Those documents are included in the exhibits. Next slide, please. The first Coastal Commission staff report explained that ornilux could only mean one thing: UV reflective patterns incorporated directly into the glass, and that with this protection in place, the city did not violate its LCP. Next slide. The second staff report said something very different. The addendum posted yesterday has also clarified that Ornilux does not make such products. They do not make aftermarket products for external application. Next slide, please. And this slide is an email from Ornilux. Next slide after that. In finding no substantial issue, the staff report misreads the language of the resolution. The Planning Commission adopted two treatments, one for the new glass and one for the existing glass. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission rejected draft language treating all glass the same. They introduced the language of Ornilux glass or equivalent to treat the new glass. Next slide. I have no idea what the Coastal Commission staff materials mean for this project. The staff report ignores the Planning Commission's clear resolution to use two different treatments. The first staff report stated Ornilux glass or equivalent can only mean one thing. The second said it means any treatment, including aftermarket applications, even while acknowledging that those applications are less effective at preventing bird strikes. The addendum missed the opportunity to correct staff's mistake. It said only that Ornilux may not make these aftermarket materials, but in fact, they do not. Most worryingly, it is unclear from the addendum what these errors mean, not just for this project, but all the projects the Coastal Commission has approved with the language Ornilux glass or equivalent. I worry that Coastal Commission staff still plan to neuter your previously adopted conditions requiring installation of glass that really is the equivalent of Ornilux, including at the Surf and Sand Hotel project in Laguna. This situation is clearly a complete muddle. I hope you will find a substantial issue and ensure the maximum protection for birds as intended by the Planning Commission and your own previous votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jurka. All right. Is the applicant present?
Yes, we have the applicant on Zoom as well, Steve Kawaratani.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Steve.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Steve Kawaratani, and thank you, Carl, for pronouncing my name perfectly. I know you've never had the opportunity. I do represent the applicant, Laguna Royale. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Commission, and I'd like to thank and support Coastal staff for their thorough review of the appellant's grounds of appeal and their recommendation that no significant issue was found. I agree with staff's findings that the proposed decal treatment on the glass guardrail will provide protection from bird strikes and that the Laguna Beach City Planning Commission approval was consistent with the LCP. Appellant's own appeal document includes a link that supports the use of decals to protect against bird strikes. Additionally, the applicant team accepts condition 8 to provide ongoing maintenance to assure efficacy of the bird strike deterrent decals. With me today is Rob Hamilton, author of our biological studies, and he is available to address any commissioner questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Who else do we have, Chris?
And we just have one other speaker, member of the public who wishes to speak, Richard Glassberg.
And is this a qualified speaker? Yes, I'm seeing yes from our council, so please.
Richard Glassberg, you're rejoining us as a panelist. When you're able to, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. So I'm just addressing, I sent a document via email that addressed our concerns as residents, permanent residents. We live here full time. I'm not certain, but I suspect the appellant is a part-time tenant. We all are very, very, very concerned about wildlife. We care deeply. We live here because of the wildlife, because of the beauty, and we want to protect whatever wildlife, birds, any type of creatures that are in the ocean, and we are passionate about it. However, I want to make certain of one thing, that the existing situation that we're in has gone on for 5 years. It is untenable. It has gone on for so long that it literally has prevented us from using our balcony. And we all want to be compliant with the Coastal Commission. We all want to be compliant with the city. But during our entire time that we've been here, there has never been one bird strike. We have glass doors in our 30-foot balcony, and never once have we ever seen a bird come towards our glass or strike our glass. That would be maintained true probably throughout everyone who is living in our community. I'm sorry. We're just really concerned about, we're happy to comply with whatever is necessary as homeowners. The association, I believe, is in concert with that. And we're just appealing to the commission to pass this so that, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So there's no other speakers?
No.
All right. Anything from you, Ms. Vaughn, in response?
Thank you, Chair Hart.
Or Mr. Schwing?
Yeah, so I just want to start out by saying, you know, we share the appellant's concerns regarding bird strikes, and I must have, you know, apologize for our changing rationale for accepting the city's condition language. We did start out at interpreting the condition to mean that new glass must be embedded with the UV coating. And then at one point, it appeared to us that Ornolux or equivalent could mean decals or tape that could be used on new glass. We appreciate Ms. Yurka's due diligence to show that Ornolux doesn't manufacture these decals and tape, and thus the condition language should be read as requiring new glass to have the embedded UV pattern. We agree that that is the more protective reading of the condition language. But the bottom line is the existing condition language is, we believe, amply protective against bird strikes as written. And whether that's interpreted to allow decals, tapes, and external coating with ongoing maintenance, or to use glass that is embedded with a UV pattern, we believe the bird strikes will be addressed. So staff continues to recommend the commission find no substantial issue on this appeal. We're certainly happy to share our opinion about how the condition should be interpreted with the city in a follow-up letter if that's something the commission is interested in. And that concludes staff's comments.
Okay, thank you. And the city's not here, is my understanding, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Chris, or no one from the city is online?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, bring it back to the commission then for questions, discussion, or motion on this. Anyone? Commissioner Nothoff?
Well, it does seem clear that there's agreement that the original glass, the protective glass, is superior in terms of protecting from bird strikes than the after the fact decals. And can we get the city to commit that that's how they're going to interpret the condition?
Since the city's not here.
This is not a city that's always been as easy.
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything with regard to the city Director Huckleberry.
Just that I think that's what Mr. Schwing was suggesting, that we could write a letter to the city clarifying how we think they should be interpreting the condition to make that clear. To your point, we can't make the city do something in this case, but we can at least make what we believe is our interpretation of that condition clear to them and suggest they take the same.
Do you have any reasonable expectation that the city will be agreeable to that?
I would look to Mr. Schwing if he has any thoughts, but I don't. My guess is we have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, we certainly can't assure what their ultimate interpretation is going to be, but you know, we will certainly share our interpretation.
Okay. Any other comments, or Commissioner Nada, are you going to make
Well,
a motion?
if we were, what's the timeline if we did say, because the only way to resolve this here is to find substantial issue. So what would be the timeline for that in terms of concerns about delays?
For the city for you to go back to the city and then the city to return. Is there time for that to happen?
Well, there is time on the clock to allow that to happen. The applicant waived the 49-day requirement, so there is no specific deadline, but this appeal has been around quite some time. And I did want to just you know, touch on that for a moment, if you don't mind. Just in terms of, you know, if the commission were to find this project raised a substantial issue and this is brought to the commission as a de novo hearing, we do have a very significant backlog in our office in terms of the work that needs to be done. This is the sort of project, if it, you know, did come to us, that staff would likely have to set aside for quite some time in order to continue to process other matters that have been, you know, already appealed, and other projects that are a high priority for the commission, and that includes, you know, projects like Magnolia Tank Farm, the significant issues along, you know, the San Clemente Losan corridor, you know, as well as many other projects, and the staff that's working on these things are working on those things as well. So I just want to be, you know, straightforward in terms of what it would mean in terms of timing for this applicant and this project, that it would be a fair amount of time before we could bring it back de novo.
I would like to also just to add that staff has concluded that the condition will adequately protect birds.
Right.
That this isn't, there might be a superior product, but staff is determining that even in the absence of that, the condition as it's written will protect birds, which is, staff doesn't come to that conclusion lightly.
Right. And I appreciate the transparency. Thank you.
And we also heard that from the public commenter who had lived there for a number of years. So let's, okay. So do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Bochco, and then we'll see where we go?
I move the commission determine that appeal number A5LGB230047 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I'm asking for a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Anything from either the mover or the seconder? All right, that's a roll call vote then, please.
Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nada. Nada, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre. Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco. Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. And now we'll move on to, I believe, sorry, I've lost track here.
16A.
Next is 16A.
Yes, item 16.
Revised findings.
Revised findings for the Graham Property Management Project. And Liliana Roman with our office is going to do the staff presentation on that.
My report's not.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Next, we have item W16A. It is consideration of revised findings in support of the commission's action on February 8th, 2024 for the Graham Property Management LLC's CDP application for construction of a single-family residence. The proposed development site is at 217 Vista Marina, San Clemente. It is a legal vacant lot zoned for single-family residential use. The site is entirely within the southern slope of the Trafalgar Coastal Canyon, one of 7 coastal canyons in the city of San Clemente. Next slide, please. The applicant proposed construction of a new 3-story, 25-foot tall, 5,389 square foot single-family residence with garages, deck and patio areas, and various other improvements. The primary issue with the proposed project was that the commission found that the proposed development was located entirely within ESHA or within ESHA buffer and was therefore inconsistent with the Coastal Act and the certified LUP. Additionally, the commission also found the project site non-conforming to required canyon setbacks. Next slide. In order to achieve consistency with the Coastal Act and certified LUP policies in light of constitutional takings issues, the commission approved development of a single-family residence with special conditions to minimize adverse effects on ESHA, ESHA buffers, water quality, public access, and visual resources in order to provide a reasonable economic use of the subject property. On the Friday before the hearing, counsel for the applicant submitted a lengthy analysis arguing that when the applicant purchased the property, they had a reasonable investment-backed expectation of being able to build a significantly larger house than the staff recommendation would have allowed. In the staff presentation at the hearing, staff noted that if true, that could be another relevant factor in the takings analysis. The applicant proposed a compromise as depicted on the graphic shown on the right side of this slide that would involve additional development in only 2 small areas, totaling about 350 square feet. Given the totality of the facts here, including the arguments laid out in the submittal on the Friday prior to the original hearing, the commission concluded that allowing this minimal additional development area would be warranted. Thus, this graphic is included as a new exhibit to the staff report. Special conditions 1 and 2 are revised, and the staff report findings have been revised to reflect this change. Next slide. Staff recommends the commission adopt the revised findings in support of the commission's February 8th, 2024 approval of Coastal Development Permit Application 5-18-0930. The revised findings report integrates the February 7th, 2024 addendum into the original January 26th staff report, and then also adds in revisions and additional findings to reflect the commission's action at the February 8th hearing. Commissioners who are eligible to vote on the revised findings are those from the prevailing side at that February 8th commission hearing. These are Chair Hart, Commissioners Bochco, Turnbull Sanders, Lowenberg, Rice, Aguirre, Harmon, Uranga, and Cummings. Please refer to page 11 of the staff report for the motion to adopt the revised findings. This concludes staff presentation.
Okay, I have one question, Council, from Commissioner Wilson. Are commissioners that did not vote to approve this able to comment on the revised findings?
Yes, they may comment,
okay, just
but
not
they need
vote.
to leave it to the question of whether it reflects the commission's prior action.
Okay. All right. So we'll move forward, ask if there's any ex partes. All right, open the public hearing, ask if anyone is here to speak about this item.
I guess we have the applicant, okay. Mark McGuire, and one other speaker.
Okay, 2 minutes, please, for Mr. McGuire.
Mark McGuire, I see you're joining via phone. Please unmute.
Okay, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
My name is Mark McGuire. I'm the applicant's agent, and I really wanted to be available to respond to anything, but I'm going first, so I'll just briefly comment on why we support the staff findings. And we do want to, again, thank staff for its efforts on this CDP application, which began over 6 years ago now. We support the revised findings, including the clarification that the current LUP policies were not the policies in effect when the Pianas purchased their residentially designated lot, and the clarification regarding the small percentage of the lot being utilized for their home. The home is approved on a portion of the lot that was graded prior to the Coastal Act and which has been cleared annually pursuant to city abatement orders for fire protection for several decades now. There has long been agreement that this is the appropriate location for a home on the lot. And in fact, the prior staff recommendations and earlier staff reports supported the home and the footprint that we were proposing. And the comments that we made on the Friday before the hearing were really in response to the staff report that was asking for a scale down from what the commission staff had previously recommended as supportable. So that explains why we didn't make those comments in the level of detail that we did in the final hearing. But those issues had been raised in many different ways and over the years. So it was just really, in our opinion, a consolidation of assertions that we've been making in support of the application for all the years that it had gone on. But having said that, we found that the compromise was acceptable, and we appreciate the efforts of the commission and the staff, and we're recommending adoption of the revised findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. All right, other speakers?
And then our last speaker for this item is Brian Swanstrom.
Okay.
Well, commissioners, my name is Brian Swanstrom. Thank you. By law, the coastal, sorry, I got to move the bar out of the way here. The Coastal Commission cannot consider an application until all approvals, including any variants, are done. Next slide, please. Thank you. In 2019, this project was denied by a 9-0 vote, largely because no variance existed as required by the city. The previous hearing, the one that was approved, was voted a 9-2 in favor of, despite the same variance not existing and not being approved by the city of San Clemente. Next slide, please. In the legal words of the Coastal Commission themselves, a variance did not exist. And if we read the exact verbiage, nothing requires the commission to prematurely approve a CDP ahead of local agency or allows an applicant to sidestep this step-by-step process. Next slide. If we go back to the previous two projects, in 2003, the city of San Clemente said this needs a variance. The project was subsequently removed by the applicant. Next one, next slide. The previous project, same thing. A variance was required and that project was also withdrawn. Next slide, please. The current project, as determined by the city of San Clemente, still requires a variance. This was true for the hearing in February of 2024, as well as the hearing that it was denied in 2019. The city has steadfastly said this project needs a variance. One does not exist. Next slide, please. AI is all the rage everybody knows. So we decided to ask ChatGPT what it thinks. We asked it very specifically, can the Coastal Commission consider a project that needs a variance before that variance is granted? ChatGPT says, the California Coastal Commission typically requires that a project obtains all necessary permits and approvals before it can be considered by the commission. You go on to give an excellent answer. Next slide, please. This was a simple mistake by the city of San Clemente.
Thank you, sir. Thanks very much. And that is the first use of ChatGPT in a public comment before this commission. So have to hand it to you on that one. All right, no other public comment, Chris? All right. Do we have a response from staff to the public comment?
Only just to clarify that the purpose of the hearing today is simply to adopt findings in support of the commission's prior action. It's not a rehearing on the matter, so
right.
I don't think staff has anything further, although I want to check with our council.
No, she's saying no. All right, bring it back to the commission. I understand Commissioner Wilson has a comment, and then we'll go, there are no other comments to the commissioners that voted affirmatively.
Okay, this is not in challenge to the decision that was made, but it's a comment to the decision that was made. I'm allowed to make a comment or not?
Well, the purpose of the hearing today is just to determine whether the revised findings accurately reflect the basis for the commission's decision at the prior hearing. So if it goes to that, it's appropriate.
Okay, I think I can shoehorn that in there. I think it. I do think that this accurately reflects the decision of the commission. That for me, let me just put it this way: put this very, very delicately. That has less protections for resources in areas where there is an expectation or higher expectation for financial return, which means that in areas where there's less financial expectation of return, i.e. places that maybe aren't as wealthy, you would actually engender more protection. So but that is what is reflected in this decision for me. But I think that I support the other commissioners who voted for this to continue with that. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Wilson. All right, any other comments? Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm not going to relitigate the substance, but the revised findings do reflect the decision that was made, so I'm happy to make the motion if that's appropriate at this time.
That would be great. Thanks very much.
Sure.
I believe, isn't there a motion? Where is it?
I have it up.
I have it in front of you. Great.
Yeah,
thank you.
Go for it. I move that the commission adopt the revised findings proposed by staff in support of the commission's action on February 8th, 2024, conditionally approving coastal development permit application number 5-18-0930. And I'm asking for a yes vote.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Bochco. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All right. Ask for roll call vote of the commissioners that voted yes.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. I think that takes us down to the DDR report. Is that right? Is that where we are?
Yeah, that takes us to item 17, which is the Deputy Director's report for San Diego Coast District.
Thank you.
We are reporting on 4 emergency actions related to storm events earlier this year. The most significant among them was a request by California State Parks to build a 190-foot long revetment and other work in order to allow for the reopening of an important parking area that provides public access for Cardiff State Beach in the city of Encinitas. Storms over the last several years have impacted this parking lot, requiring multiple emergency actions to keep it open for public use. And State Parks will be following up with a long-term plan to address hazards and sea level rise at this park facility. And that is required in the conditions of the emergency permit. There were also actions in Encinitas and Del Mar to address damaged and clogged drainage facilities, and one by Oceanside to breach the beach berm at Loma Alta Creek in order to prevent inland flooding of low-lying properties. The work undertaken in Encinitas required a regular emergency permit, while the projects in Oceanside and Del Mar qualified for an emergency permit waiver. Also, there are 3 waivers and 2 immaterial amendments for projects in Oceanside, San Diego, and Encinitas. I do want to report we received 1 objection to the amendment for the replacement of the event tents at the Hyatt Regency Mission Bay that were approved by the commission in December 2022. The comments received from Mr. Meyer are substantially the same as those he submitted in opposition when the commission considered the original permit. Generally speaking, the comments focused on impacts that the event tents would have on parking. Conditions were imposed previously to require monitoring to detect any on-site or off-site parking impacts. And so far, the first monitoring report received indicates that on-site parking supply remains adequate and there's no off-site effects that were observed. So staff continues to recommend approval of the amendment as immaterial. So we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers or the immaterial amendment. And
Thanks, Mr. Schwing. Appreciate it. Are there any speakers?
Just one available for questions.
Just available for comments?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make let me turn to my fellow commissioners, ask if there are any comments that you'd like to make. Commissioner Geary? Not working again? No.
Here, can you smile?
Thank you, Billy. Madam Chair, thank you. It's a comment on San Diego Coast in general, not on the DDR, but I just wanted to let the board know that there was a fire on the Oceanside Pier that they sustained significant damage, I believe up to 25%. But I just want to let them know that our thoughts and are they're in our hearts and in our thoughts, because it's such an iconic pier for their people. So our thoughts are with them. Thank you.
Yeah, we were just there. I mean, it's really sad what's happened. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Anyone else? All right, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the California Department of Parks and Recreation on the Cardiff item. I wanted to say that I have spoken with Mr. Schwing about this, and my understanding is that the revetment that's being proposed is basically way smaller than State Parks initially was thinking about here, and I think that's great. I personally, as I discussed with you, Mr. Schwing, feel that it's very important for state parks to engage in some real long-range planning for Cardiff, for San Elijo Creek, and for the campground, which is also falling into the ocean there. I discussed it also with Mr. Williams earlier, Commissioner Williams, excuse me, who indicated that he does not believe this is a Caltrans owned, that Highway 1 there is not owned or operated by Caltrans. Is that what you're saying? Okay. In any event, I'm not going to object to this item, but I just like to say that I have a lot of concern about the approach of waiting until there is a disaster like this and then beginning to build revetments, which lead to more revetments, which ultimately will result in the disappearance of Cardiff as an incredible beach and natural resource. So saying that, I'll ask if 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the Deputy Director's report. Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. Is that our last item prior to closed session? All right. So commissioners, we're going to have this. You want to do the statewide?
We do have minutes. I apologize.
Okay. We have minutes, and we might as well do the statewide items while we're doing that. So you want to move approval of the minutes and
move approval of the minutes.
All right. There's a motion and a second. I think we need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Nada.
Aye.
Nada, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre. Commissioner Bachko. Bachko, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. All right. And we also have additional statewide items then. First of all, we don't have any subcommittees. Are there other commission reports? All right, with regard to the Conservancy did have a meeting which I attended by Zoom. A number of grants that are all available on their website that range from $40 million for coastal access, restoration, and climate resilience to throughout the state. And a significant amount of that was for continued restoration of the Baylands project, as well as a variety of other projects, all of which are available on the Coastal Conservancy website. And let's see if we have any other reports. Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, no. Bay Restoration, no. How about the Deputy Attorney General?
No.
All right, great. In that case, we've covered everything and we'll move to closed session. And then we will report out in the morning. Okay, perfect. So we'll go in the back for closed session.